Live. We are live for this week's UFC Vegas 12, and of course this is going to have a little bit of emotion. I don't know how much emotion. I think there will be some emotion. This obviously is us saying goodbye to Anderson Silva. He's kind of hinted that he is going to be carrying on. He's kind of hinted that this isn't really goodbye, but I suppose in a way goodbye from the UFC. So in that regards, there is emotion there. And I mean, wow, what a career. I mean, we're simply not going to have time to go through everything that he's achieved. Obviously, we've got a few highlights and a few stats and a few interesting things to go through. But just as a quick overview, longest title reign in UFC history, 2,457 days. 19 main events is the most main events by anyone in UFC history. Most consecutive wins with 16. He's got the third most finishes in UFC with 14 finishes. He's got 8 consecutive fights that have ended in finishes as well, which I think is like the most as well. So it's like numbers behind Anderson Silva are just phenomenal. I mean, he is regarded as one of the greatest of all time. Of course, you know, time's very much moved on and there's been other people that have emerged since, but there's no denying his impact on the sport and there's no denying what he has done. And, you know, I think you look around UFC now and you can see his influence. You can see people that have learnt from, you know, what he brought. Yeah, just so as I said, you know, it's kind of weird because like this is goodbye, but it's not really goodbye because we are sure to see him again, but just not in the UFC. Hinting that, you know, maybe bare knuckle boxing or don't know. He's very much a fighter. He just needs that adrenaline. He needs that buzz, you know. And well, he'll get it tonight. Main event tonight. Anderson Silva, one of the GOATs. For many people, the GOAT. But for me, I think he has been surpassed now. But yeah, big night tonight. Big main event. I suppose the only downside is that he's been on such a losing streak recently that maybe it does take a little bit of the sheen off things. But it shouldn't. It really shouldn't. I think tonight's about paying the respect that the man is due. So shout out to everyone that is in the chat. Hope everyone is well. Shout out to Austin and Anna and Danny Barnhouse. Question: if we get do we win if we are a person wins, but not in that round? Yeah. You're talking about the prediction game. Yeah, if you get the right person, then you will get a point. If you get the right round, you'll get a point as well. Right, we've got Bisping here. Bisping says we're in store for an amazing night, and the countdown has begun to our first fight of the night. So we're just around about 12 minutes away, so will give me a chance just to send a tweet out and get a few things set up. So should be a good night. We've got, I think, 11 fights on the card. Of course, this is a very weird time to be streaming. Does feel a little bit strange. This is very early for us to be doing this. I honestly don't know why. I haven't seen as to why it's on as early as what it is. I don't know if there's some kind of big sporting event going on in the US or something to do with Halloween. Honestly, I don't know. So I'm not too sure why it's as early as what it is, but whatever. No complaints. Start early, finish early. At least it means you haven't got to be sticking around till the early hours. So yeah, I'm not down on that at all. But yeah, fun looking card. 11 fights. Obviously nothing that can compare to last weekend. Last weekend was something very, very special. And some really encouraging news coming out about Khabib and the fact that it looks like he could be fighting on. It could be a case that he is going to continue. So that's great news. I was talking in a stream, I think it was yesterday, and I was saying that for me, I would like him to walk away. I don't know really what more he can do. I suppose he could have that GSP fight, and he could have, like, you know, a couple, maybe Usman. He could have a couple of big fights, but will it change much? I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like in a lot of people's minds right now, he is the GOAT. He is the greatest of all time. He's certainly in the conversation. And I just think that even if he does fight on for a few more fights, will it change the conversation? I kind of think that if he wants to... If there's not going to be a conversation, he's going to need another, like, 10 fights against, like, top opponents. And I don't see him doing that. So I just think walk away. You've got yourself in the conversation, so just walk away. And what with his dad passing and everything like that, yeah, I would have him walk. But great for fight fans if he's going to come back. It's great for us if he's going to come back. So we get to see him in action again and hopefully get some of those big fights. But I just think for him, like, he's got his health. He's got money. His dad's not around anymore. I don't know. I would go. I would go if I was him. But, I mean, look, talking about, like, leaving and staying or when to go. Look at Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva last won a fight back in 2017. And that was a controversial decision. You've actually got to go back to 2012 if you want a proper victory for Anderson Silva. Like, he is well past his prime. He's 45 years old. 45 years old. But what I would say is that in his recent outings, he's looked all right. Like, he went 3 rounds with Israel Adesanya. Do you know what I mean? Like, going into it, it's like, can Adesanya beat the veteran, beat the former GOAT? But actually, looking at it now, it's kind of spun on its head, and it's like Anderson Silva managed to survive with Adesanya. So, that, you know, some of his recent performances have been okay. He's not getting absolutely battered and destroyed. But I don't expect him to get the win tonight. I mean, let's just throw that out there. I do expect Uriah Hall to get the win. He's changed up his training. He says he's feeling better than ever. He wants to push forward for a title opportunity. He's changed a few things, and I could see him getting the win here. I mean, he's coming in, obviously, the younger guy. He's only 36 against Silva, that's 45. And I just think that he's going to have too much. I mean, he's got a definite path to victory as well, and that's with the low kicks. I'm sure if you've been reading up on this show tonight, you will have seen all the talk about the low kicks. And that's that Anderson Silva's had real issues with his legs. You know, if Hall can just keep targeting those legs, keep working that low kick, then there is a real path to victory there for him. So you'd have to think that's the strategy, and you'd have to think that it's not going to end on a high note for Anderson Silva tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, honestly, the bookies have got it, I would say, about right. I mean, they've got Uriah Hall at minus 230. They got Anderson Silva at plus 190. So Uriah Hall, firm favourite, but nothing too silly. It's not as if Uriah Hall's coming in at, like, you know, minus 500 or anything. I think that would be doing Anderson Silva a disrespect. But I can see there being a finish here. I can see it being a case that Silva's legs will give out. I think that Silva potentially has got a good few rounds in him. Obviously, this can go 5. I don't think Silva's going to be able to take 5 rounds of punishment. And as much as we would love for there to be a fairy tale ending, it's hard to see, to be honest. I think there's more paths to victory for Uriah Hall. But, I mean, look, can Silva get the win here? Of course he can. He is, as we said, for many people, the GOAT. So, yeah, there's definitely a way forward for both fighters. So, quite an interesting, quite intriguing main event, to be honest. Even if it is coming a little bit too late, you know. Harry says, are you streaming the Chisora fight? No, it's on at the same time as UFC. They clash, unfortunately. So, yeah, there was no way that I was going to be able to do both. I mean, I could have had it on in the background, but trying to watch 2 shows never works out that well. Plus, also, with boxing, it only takes one moment. You can't really take your attention away from boxing. Boxing's a very difficult thing to stream if you're not going to give it your full attention. So I really did want to watch it. I really did want to watch that fight, and I was kind of hoping that time-wise it was going to work out, but for some reason UFC's gone early tonight, on the night where I really needed it to go extra late. If it had done that, if it had have started late, then we would have done both. But unfortunately, they do clash, and I have to stick with UFC and Anderson Silva. Shout out to everyone that is in the chat. What is your predictions for Usyk Shura? I think Chisora will lose. I think that he is going to get... I can see him surviving a few rounds. I mean, he's a dog, man. He fights. Do you know what I mean? He can scrap out, and I think that technically he's gotten much better since David Haye got on board. So I'm gonna say he can survive, but I would imagine that he'll get put away within the first 6 rounds. I'm feeling like around 4, something like that. I think he just doesn't have the quality. I think he's, as I said, a dog, a brawler. He can definitely find punches and combos and cause problems, but...
$2 New Zealand via a super chat. Haydays in ready to watch UFC Fight Night.
Shout out to you, Hayden Garrett. Hope you are well, my friend. So, yeah, I'm going to say Chisora is going to end up losing that. When will the first fight start, says Devesh. They said it was around about 11 minutes away. That was about 6 minutes ago. So we're probably about 5 minutes or so. They just done a little video package talking about Anderson Silva, what he's brought to the sport. And obviously we've just been doing a little bit of that. We've just previewed the main events. They're just previewing the prelims. Obviously we've got 6 fights on the prelims. But we should be going over to our first fight very, very soon, which is going to be Miles Johns against Natividad. Kevin Natividad. And I can tell you that Natividad is 9-1. He's plus 150. He's making his UFC debut. I know that he is an aggressive striker, and he's the kind of person that brings real power. So if he gets taken down, he should be able to get back up again. And that's quite significant because Miles Johns is a strong grappler. He's not great on the feet. So his path to victory, John's path to victory, is by getting Natividad down and keeping him down and ground and pound and control time and finding a submission win. I don't know that he's going to be able to do that. I think there's a better chance that Natividad is going to be able to keep this fight standing. If he does get taken down, he should be able to get back up again. I've gone with Natividad on this one. It's a bantamweight fight. Johns is 1 win, 1 loss in the UFC. And as we said, Natividad is making his UFC debut. Anadors, shout out to you. Yes, we will cover it in a second.
Anadors is a legend.
She is.
They donated £4.99 via a super chat. Haydays. Here's to a wonderful month-long lockdown 2.0. Crying face, crying face, crying face, crying face. Champagne bottle.
Yeah. So for those of you that haven't heard, our government, because I'm in the UK, our government, Anna is as well, has just announced another lockdown. It's going to start on Thursday. And it was kind of expected. There'd been a lot of talk about it for the past 24, 48 hours. And so kind of mentally prepared for it. As mentally prepared for it as you can be. But yeah, another lockdown. I think they're keeping like the schools open. And there's a few other things that I heard him saying. He was saying like if you live on your own, then you're allowed to have someone else that lives on their own come round. There was a few little exceptions. Something like if you've got kids and you've separated, the kids can go to different houses, and I don't remember them having all of these exceptions last time, so there's no doubt about it. It's still a lockdown. Apparently takeaways can stay open, is something else that I heard. So it is a lockdown, no denying that. seems to be a couple of exceptions that I can't recall from the first one back in April, but yeah, lockdown for a month, I believe, about 4 weeks here in the UK. So, I mean, it doesn't change anything. I don't go anywhere anyway. We pretty much stream every day, so nothing really changes for us. But yeah, Europe just getting hit pretty hard at the moment by COVID, pretty hard. So yeah, not great news, not the kind of news that you wanted, but just nothing you can do, is there? What channel are you watching it on? I have got Fight Pass on. So I've got Fight Pass. I buy that each month. So prelims are going to be on there, and then a little bit later it will start on BT Sport 1. So there we go. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. Hayden says, lucky that New Zealand is community virus free. Yes, that's true. New Zealand, I think, are very much seen as one of the great success stories in the world when it comes to COVID. You guys have done a really great job with it, and you've managed to keep it at bay. So, I mean, difficult for us because, like, we're such a hub. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've got such a busy airports. Like, people stop off and go to other places, and tourism. I think we have something like 40 million tourists come to London every year. So it's difficult. It's really difficult. So, they've done what they can, and it's just got to the point where there's no other option, really. So it is what it is. But yeah, I just saw James says, at least we got the football this time. That's true. Yeah, there was no football last time, but at least we got the football this time. So, yeah. Right, we should be going over to this next fight. And for some reason, I don't know if it's the same with you, but it is for me. The UFC website, once again, in German. And I don't know why. I checked it on 2 separate computers, and it's all in German again. So you can see, I've got the second screen again. So if I flip it over, there we go. So you can see Miles John's Natividad. And it's all in German again. I mean, it's not going to make too much difference when the fights actually start. Then we'll be able to, see the significant strikes and everything. But just frustrating. Don't know why. Don't know why it's all in German. But on a day where a second lockdown has been announced, it really is quite low down on the issues. There's definitely worse things going on in the world right now. So, I use the ESPN app for stats. Good for you, Monica. If Survivor Series is on the 22nd, why did they discuss Survivor Series teams this early? Just building up the hype. I mean, it does seem quite far away, but it is only, 4 weeks? So it's not that many shows. So, yeah, I'm sure they've got, a plan in mind as to how they're going to get there. We got Megan O'Leary. Obviously, I don't even know if we mentioned, we are back at the Apex. We are at the UFC Apex now. We have come away from Fight Island. Here is Kevin Natividad making his way down. I think he fights out of... I don't know where he fights out of, actually. Miss Clown 1, shout out to you. We need to get a Goldberg emoji. Austin says I need to learn German. Nick says I'm from Germany. Okay, Nick, can you just give us constant updates as to what I'm displaying on screen? Because literally these things could say anything. Let me flip it over anyway. So there we go. Right there, Aufzungschnung. Miles Johns is 10-1, so he's got a 10-1. Aufzungschnung. Kevin Natividad's Aufschnung is 9-2. Land, I can tell you that Miles Johns is from Verenigde Staten, and that's the exact same place that Kevin Natividad's from. He's also from Verenigde Staten. So there we go. Hohei 5-7. Kevin Natividad is 0-0. Geschwungtung. Miles John's Geschwuntung is 135 pounds. So he's got 135 pounds worth of Geschnungtung. So that's good. Strickland is 68 inches, which, do you know what I mean? Impressive. The ladies will appreciate that. It's always good to have a big Strickland. And that's exactly what Miles Johns brings. He brings 68 inches. So, hello, ladies. So, Natividad is inside the octagon. Here comes Loverboy with that giant Strickland. No wonder he's got a smile on his face. So, Natividad inside the octagon. John's making his way down. Anna says that is great pronunciations. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So, yeah, he's made his way down. Bisping was just talking about his amateur career. I was just giving that a little listen. Miles Johns, physical as anyone that has stepped inside that octagon. Bantamweights start in the card. This should be good. Yeah, I don't know if I really went through my notes, to be honest. Johns finished in his last fight. Strong grappler. Former LFA bantamweight champion. He can be a bit of a bully against the cage. Warded a contract on Dana White Contender Series. He is going to struggle to hold Natividad down. He's got good ground and pound, though, and a good wrestling defense. He's 1-1 in the UFC. Of his 10 victories, he's got 6 decision wins, 2 knockouts, 2 submissions. So Johns does tend to go the distance. He's taken on Natividad, who has got 1 submission win, 5 knockouts, and 3 decisions. So Natividad very good with finding those KOs. And as we said, he's an aggressive striker making his UFC debut. So I can tell you that Natividad has got a 70-inch reach. Miles Johns has got a 66-inch reach. And we've got Bruce Buffer doing the honours as well. So I've got Natividad here. I think he's got power. I think that he can find one of those knockout blows. I've got to tell you, he's coming in as the underdog, though. But, yeah, I like the look of him. I've got Natividad to get the win here. So Bruce Buffer doing the honours on this one. Austin says, I've got Natividad. Tim has got Natividad as well. James Chadwick says, better get some eye pokes and some damn good low blows. Oh, definitely. Nothing like a good package vibrator. Yeah, I kind of said that out loud, didn't I? I probably should have thought about that first. Thinking about it. Do you know when you, like, just talk and then you say something out loud and you're like, wow, yeah, that actually sounded horrific. So, there we go. That's something that's out there now. We've got Miles Johns, as we said, fighting out of Texas at -155 favourite. And we should be good to go very, very soon. Right, quite a few people in the chat cheering for Natividad. Kevin Natividad, Miles Johns. We are about to get started with our first fight in the Apex, back in Las Vegas, and we are underway. Right, let's move these up. So, total strikes at the top, significant strikes in the middle, takedowns at the bottom. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Interested to see how Natividad looks. Both a little bit standoffish in this first 30-odd seconds. So, Natividad in black, Johns in blue. And John's charging forward. Couple of quick left-hand jabs, driving Natividad back. Natividad lunging forward with a left-hand single leg there by Johns. This is what Johns is going to be looking to do. And he's going to look to grab Natividad, try and drag him down. But as we said, Natividad, very, very physically strong. And whenever he's been taken down before, he just pops back up, just finds a way of getting back up. So this is going to be very, very interesting here. Johns, though, is going to be quite happy with this, just to have Natividad up against the side of the cage. Just kind of hold him there for a little bit. And Natividad, though, using his power, escaping from the side of the cage, back into the center, throws the right hand, drives Johns back. Johns lunges forward with the left. Both guys, the longer this stays on the feet, the better it is for Natividad, because Johns is not as going to be as competitive here on the feet. So Johns backing up against the side of the cage, lunging forward, left hand jab there. Natividad again, nice jab, left hand. Certainly no fireworks at the moment. You can see that by the numbers on screen. So far, it's just Johns with 5 significant strikes to Natividad with 3. Johns landing 63% of his shots. But again, nice left hand. Natividad moving forward. I'd say at the moment, this is very much Miles Johns that's looking the better. He's doing a little better with his striking. Obviously, a little bit of clinch time as well. Natividad in the centre, lunging forward, Johns. And Natividad just kind of trying to find an opening, but struggling. Couple of strikes coming in. Another single leg takedown by Johns. Single leg takedown. But there we go. Look, Natividad just straight back up again. Straight back up. Nice jab there by Johns. So 12-3. I mean, John's doing so well here. Just really tidy work. Nice left hand there by Natividad. We've got about 1 minute 40 odd on the clock. Nice jabs coming in. Misses with a hook there, Johns, but lands a jab. About 1 minute 20 odd. Nice left-hand jab there by Johns.
Ryan is a legend. They donated 5
Nice
pounds
kick.
via
Overhand by Natividad.
Who remembers Steven Struve surviving like 10 low blows in the crowd going away when he gets up, and when he got hit again. Also love the vids. Smiley face. Smiley face.
Shout out to you, Ryan. Appreciate the support, dude. Big shots to the body here by Natividad. Johns again looking to try and drag him down. They're not counting any of those takedowns so far, because Natividad managing to get straight back up. So far, Johns is 0 from 3. Natividad lunging forward again. Only landing 33% of his strikes. 9 from 31 for Natividad. So just cannot get that range. Cannot get into his groove at the moment. So John's doing an excellent job to disrupt. But Natividad getting a bit of an opportunity there, just as he had Johns up against the cage. The two of them starting to engage a little bit more now, which is better. It's been a little bit of a sleep around this first round. But 10 seconds to go. Superman punch attempt by Johns. Yeah, didn't land it, but always fun to see a Superman punch attempted, but there we go. That's annoying. Boom. So, yeah, I've got to say, first round to Johns. First round to Johns. Right, we've reset that. So, 20 strikes to 12. 59% accuracy for Johns. 32% for Natividad. And if we actually scroll down, we can see where those shots landed. We can see 67% was to the head by Natividad. Whereas you can see that Miles Johns actually went just for the head, 75, and got a few more down on the legs as well with 25%. So mixing it up a little bit by Johns, going high and low, and Natividad spreading it around a little bit more. But for me, a Johns round, and we should be good to go in round number 2. Second round, here we go, and we are underway with round number 2. So if you picked Natividad, then you might be sweating a little bit. Rob Tatum gives it 10-9 to Johns. Ryan Frederick. How does Ryan Frederick get shown in every single fight? Every fight, every round, Ryan Frederick's tweet makes it on screen. 10-9 to Johns in round 1, but Natividad ended the round well, says AMG. Nice kick there by Natividad. So 25-15. That's where we are right now. This is fight number 1. Nice strike to the body there by Natividad. Minute gone, and Natividad seems to be working a little bit more. Seems to have upped his tempo a little bit. He's got Jones against the cage. Jones going for a single leg. Drags down Natividad, but Natividad pops back up again. Yep, straight back up, right up against the cage, though. He's still getting controlled here by Johns. So, right up against the cage. Johns in control. Natividad not panicked. They still haven't registered any of these takedowns. So, holding him up against the cage. David, I don't think Chizora's winning, dude. The clock's not running. Is it not? Oh, you're right. Oh, well, there we go. They're saying that he's 0 for 4 because technically he hasn't done enough for it to be registered as a takedown. So 27-18. I can tell you that. Oh, nice jab. He's doing a bit better now. Natividad. He's managed to close that gap. It's only 28-21 on significant strikes. So he is having a better second round here. I think it's about 10-8, is it? 10-6. Nice kick to the body by Natividad. This is what we were saying about him upping his tempo a little bit. Looking very good for a UFC debut. Nice counter strike there by Natividad. Goes for a flying knee. Drives Johns back against the cage. Bisping says he was just a little bit out of range, but it was a decent attempt. Yeah, nice jab. 33-23. And as we said, Johns has been getting success with takedowns in the sense of he's been managed to drag Natividad down, but just not being able to hold him, which is exactly what we said before. He has got the strength to get back up, and he has done that time after time after time in this fight. And as a result, none of those takedowns have technically scored. You never know what the judges have seen, so you never know what the judges are going to say, but John's lunging forward with left hand. I feel like this round is a Natividad round. Natividad actually going for a double leg takedown there. John's just doing a little bit better towards the end. Oh, spinning back fist though. That was good by Johns. That was nice. I think it was scouted by Natividad, but still managed to land some of it. Nice couple of jabs. And single leg again by John. So John's actually ending this round quite strong. I wonder if that's going to be enough to take this round in the judges' eyes. Yeah, that might have just put him back ahead now. That gap that Natividad had worked so hard to narrow has widened once more. We're back to 12 difference between the significant strikes. Well, his corner have said they think that he's down 2 rounds. They've said, this is the deal. You're down 2 rounds. I think he was doing really well in that round, and then I think he has just gone and thrown it away, to be honest. Wow. A lot of pressure on him now. What can he do? What can he find? They're saying to Miles Johns, he is going to have to go now. It's going to be a fun final round. Looks like everyone's bet on Natividad. Most of Kevin's work is being blocked by Johns. Kevin isn't landing cleanly. Yep. You're right. I mean, the stats completely back that up. He's only landed 30% of his significant strikes, which is quite low. I mean, certainly for him, he's an aggressive striker. Like, he needed to be landing more of those shots, and Johns has just done a great job of staying out of the way. Nice, though, by Natividad, driving Johns back. And he really has got to go now. If this goes to judges, you got to think that he's going to lose it. He is looking for a finish. He's got Johns covered up against the cage. Natividad throwing some big strikes. This is more like the Natividad that I was expecting to see. Don't know if it was nerves. Don't know if it was respect. Don't know what it was. But he looked much better at the start of the second. And he's looking much better here at the start of the third. He's got Johns on the run a little bit. We've got 3 minutes 30 odd left on the clock. We are in round number 3. As you said, this is in the bantamweight division. I can tell you that shots to the body, Natividad has fired 64% to the head, 33% to the body, whereas Johns has fired 82% to the head and 16% to the legs. And just a couple of, I think, 1 shot to the body. So next to no body work by Johns. Natividad really working kind of a little bit everywhere. Body, working the head, not utilising leg kicks though. And Johns still looking for that takedown. 0 from 7 attempts. 0 from 7 for Johns. Just not able to hold down Natividad. They're locking up right up against the side of the cage. Oh, Johns! Out of nowhere! Wow, Miles Johns out of nowhere. They were just right up against the side of the cage. And they just broke away from the cage and absolutely, against the run of play, what was a very good round for Natividad. Miles Johns with a beautiful right-hand uppercut. Just didn't even need to follow up. Natividad goes out cold. So it's Johns in round 3. That is the result of this fight. Johns wins with a beautiful right-hand uppercut. Very, very impressive there by Johns. He took every single round and deserved that win. I can tell you that in round 1, it was 20 significant strikes to 12. Round 2, it was 17 to 13. And even in round 3, it was 14 to 8. So, very, very impressive work. So, there we go. Johns victorious. Need to change this over to our next fight. Let me know in the chat if you predicted it right. Did you go with Johns? Did you predict that it would be round 3? Or is there a lot of heartbreak out there? Are there a lot of tears out there right now? Let's change these graphics over so we are ready. That was a beautiful uppercut, though. Really, as we said, against the run of play, it was perfectly timed. One punch knockout is what it was. So flip this over then, and we can add Johns to winner's row. 0-1, says William. There we go. He now goes 2 wins, 1 defeat for Miles Johns. First stoppage in UFC for Miles Johns. Natividad, says Dave in real life. Natividad. Right. There's information for our next fight on screen. Sonny says, I had Johns first, and I had it as round 3, and then I changed it last second to decision. Well, I don't think you were too far away from being right. I think that, that took place round 3. And it ended, have they put the... I don't think they've put the result online yet. But it was towards the second half of that round, so you weren't too far away from being right. But you could have had a perfect score then. Yeah, excellent jab by Johns, and that uppercut, look at him, he just folded up. Natividad. Actually, his gum shield came out as well. I mean, he was just out. He was looking up, staring at the stars. The ref was straight in. Straight in. I had Johns by decision, says Monica King. Joseph says Jacoby looked great in that last fight. I can see him winning by a round 2 knockout. His volume is very good, as you would expect from a kickboxer. I have got him winning as well. So we can talk about this next one. It's Jacoby against Ledet. And Jacoby, great kickboxing. Leg kicks could be critical in this one. He's well-rounded, but he is also 0-2 in the UFC. He's lost both of his fights. Good volume, as you said. Likely win by finish. He will look for a knockout here. He has got, of his 12 wins, 3 wins via decision, 1 win via sub, and 8 wins come in via knockout. So, yeah, 85% of people think he's going to win on Tapology for Jacoby. And he's taking on Justin Ledet. Ledet has got a negative striking differential, which means he gets punched in the face more than he actually punches. He's a good jiu-jitsu, very heavy on the front leg. That's what's critical. He stands. He's got a boxing style. He's a good striker. He's got good boxing, and but the thing is, he puts a lot of weight on his front leg. That's where the kicks are gonna be absolutely critical for this next fight. So yeah, I agree that he is. He's 3-3, Ledet. Jacoby is, as we said, Jacoby is 0-2. But Ledet is 3-3. Jacoby needs this win. And he is heavy favourite as well. He's coming in at -310. Ledet coming in at +250. So Ledet has got a pro boxing record of 5-0. Jacoby by knockout in the first minute, says James Chadwick. Austin says, I've got Jacoby. Who wins between John and John's one? John's was the winner. Right, let me send this out. I've got Jacoby. Wrestling Days fan has got Jacoby as well. I've got Ledet, but I'm still hopeful, says Dave in real life. Yeah, well, I can tell you that the bookies have got Jacoby at -310. Justin Ledet is +250. So quite a firm underdog here. He is 3-3 in the UFC, though. He has got 3 wins. As we said, he's a good boxer. He's got a decent jab. You got to give him props for that. The only problem is he does play it a little bit safe. And the other issue is he puts a lot of weight on his front foot. So that very much means that there's a path to victory for the kickboxer. He can just keep working and targeting that leading leg. So that's what I'm expecting Jacoby to do. And I think he will get success here. I can tell you that Ledet is 2 wins via decision, 2 wins via knockout, 5 wins via submission. He's not bad. He's got good jiu-jitsu when it goes down. But, yeah, he very much relies on, you know, when it's standing, boxing. And I don't fancy him in this one. William says, I honestly completely forgot who I picked. Days, how are you scoring with picking the rounds being added? Simple. If you get the person that wins correct, you get a point. If you get the round that it happens in, you get a point. If you get them both right, you get 2 points. Simple as that. So, yeah, if you got the wrong fighter but you got the right round, then I'll give you the point for that, because you got it right as to when the fight was going to end. I think the fight's ending in round 2, and so you got that right, but you just picked the wrong person, so you'd get a point for that. So I think that means there's 22 points up for grabs tonight. Okay, Justin Ledet is finished 7 of his 9 wins. 5 via submission, as we said. 5 first round finishes. 5 first round finishes. Ledet isn't the best of fighters. I've got Dustin. Like I said, Dustin's volume is great in the first 2 rounds. Did gas out in the third in the last fight. So worth keeping an eye on that, says Joseph. Jacoby first round, unless Ledet humps his leg and smells his crotch. Can you switch it over onto the stats? The stats aren't up yet. But I will be, Gilbert. I will be. At the moment, we've still just got the ring walks. As Jacoby is making his way down. So, making his return to the UFC. Last fought in the UFC 2012. Big smile on his face. Must be over the moon to be back in the UFC. Bisping says, if this fight stays on the feet, this guy is a lot of fun to watch. He has got, he certainly does bring some skills. And it's great that he's back. Austin316, shout out to you. Gaming in real time, shout out to you as well. Let's flip this over. Boom. We should be getting underway with it very, very soon. Justin Jacoby, back-to-back wins. Most significant strikes in a single fight in Dana White Contender Series history with 117. He's also the largest striking significant strike differential. Days I'm watching, U6 Zora. I'll let you know who wins. Thank you. Resting Days fan, shout out to you. Lauren, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Suffocating Stars fan, shout out to you. Miss Clown 1. Right, we are going to our second fight of the evening. 11 fights on this card. It's not the biggest card. We've seen a few that have had like 12, 13. In all fairness, we saw one card a few months ago that had 7 fights on it. So 11 fights. I think that that's a nice... It's about right for me. Shouldn't outstay its welcome kind of a thing. Obviously, we're getting ever closer towards that main card as well. And that main event, I mean, as we said, it will have a bit of emotion to it, that main event. What with Anderson Silva leaving the UFC at the age of 45. Anderson Silva started fighting in 1997. I mean, think about where you were in 1997. That's when he started fighting. Just incredible. What a career. Right, both guys getting their intros. What's the plan for Lockdown 2.0? Don't think anything needs to change. I don't think there needs to be a plan. Doesn't really affect me that much, if I'm being honest. Right, here we go. Oh, yeah, it's Halloween, isn't it? I completely slipped my mind. They just mentioned it's Halloween night. Happy Halloween, everyone. Right. Right. We are underway. Let's get these stats on screen. Very impressive opening barrage by Jacoby. Okay, Ledet with a couple of left-hand jabs. Okay. So far, 5-0 with significant strikes. We've got Jacoby in white. And we've got Ledet in black. Both guys in the center. Big kicks coming in by Jacoby. It's exactly the kind of thing he should be doing. So far, 8 strikes. And I can tell you that 5 of them have been to the legs. So it is absolutely within the first minute. You can tell that that is the game plan. That's exactly what Jacoby is going for. Is swinging away and trying to land those leg kicks. Great kickboxing skill, as we said, by Jacoby. And staying just a little out of range here, which is good. They both go to kick each other. 9 significant strikes to 3 so far for Jacoby. Again goes for another leg kick. Ledet moves out the way. Ledet overhand right. Couple of left hand jabs by Ledet. Again goes for some jabs. Tries to throw a big right hand, but couldn't quite land it. Swing and a miss again by Ledet. He's thrown a few combos here. There was a lovely right-left uppercut, but yeah, they're just falling short. He's got 29% success rate at the moment. Accuracy, Ledet. But he is throwing some stuff. And catch in there. Just caught Jacoby. Nice leg kick coming in there by Ledet. Jacoby responding with a heavy... Those leg kicks are heavy by Jacoby. They are heavy. Look, Ledet has actually gone down. He's gone down from leg kicks. Big strikes. He's looking for the finish here, Jacoby. Ref is right there. Ledet, though, getting up onto his feet, and he went down from an uppercut. Yeah, Jacoby, round 1. Look at that. Look at that. Very impressive. Path to victory, what we said. Leg kicks. I know the chat was saying it as well. And, yeah, he gave out. We were just saying about how heavy those leg kicks looked. And that was just as Ledet went down. Kind of buckled against the cage. He worked hard to try and get back up, but a big barrage of shots from Jacoby. And I can tell you that Ledet is still down as Jacoby goes over to check on him. We're just seeing this finish here. Some lovely strikes. It really rocked and drove Ledet back. And then boom! There's that first kick. There's a second kick and the leg buckles. And a third, and there, down he goes. Follows in with some hammer fists. Big strikes. Ledet covers up. Manages to weather the storm. Manages to get up to his feet. And then boom, straight right. Uppercut. Down he goes. And the ref is straight in. 3 big kicks. Straight right. Uppercut. And it's a win for Dustin Jacoby. Excellent. Excellent. So, there we go. Jacoby, round 1 is the result for that one. Jacoby, round 1. Right. We've got our next fight set up. Let's flip that over and we will... Ledet sadness, says Dave in real life. Well, we've got to change these graphics on screen. Fight number 3 is Williams versus Witt. I was so close. I had Jacoby in round 2, says Sonny Wolf. Well, it sounds like you're still doing very well. Jacoby. I am going to try, and as soon as this is done tonight, get the members game tallied up and get the results out for that tonight. So, yeah, you won't have to wait too long for that. So, there we go. If you are just joining us, the 2 winners scrolling along the bottom of the screen. We got Johns, we got Jacoby. Our next fight is going to be Williams versus Witt. That is our next fight. And these fights, man, we're flying through them now. Kind of felt like I was waiting a little while for that first one to get going. And now, things are moving thick and fast. Our next fight is at the welterweight division. This is Cole Williams taking on Jason Witt. Cole Williams is 11-2. Jason Witt is 17-6. I can tell you that Witt is -140. Williams is +120. So they very much got Witt as favourite here. Witt is a very active fighter. He's had quite a few fights in the past few years. He's a wrestler. He's got good ground and pound. He should get a lot of control time. He's got good cardio, but he is 0-1 in the UFC. He was outclassed in his last fight. This fight is more suited to him, though. He's got good conditioning. He works hard, and he should get the win. I've gone with Witt on this one. He is coming in at -140 favourite. I'm saying submission or decision. If you actually look of his wins, he's had, I think it's something like 6 by decision, 3 or 4 by knockout, and 7 by submission. So very much, as we said, wrestler, ground and pound, control time, submissions. I'm looking at Witt to get the win. Williams, not as great with his cardio. Good hand speed, long striker. Might struggle to read the range. Is 0-1 in the UFC. And he was dominated in his last fight. He didn't look great in his last fight. Plus, he's 36. I mean, 36 in the UFC. You're starting to get to the wrong side. I think for me, once you start getting around 35, 36, certainly 37, unless you're in the heavyweight division, you're starting to certainly move past the twilight of your career. Still young compared to an Anderson Silva, but yeah, I don't know. Witt is 33. For me, he's got age on his side. He's got experience on his side. I think he's got a lot on his side, to be honest. So I've got Witt winning this next fight. Cole Williams versus Jason Witt. And that should be coming up not too far away. We should be getting quite close to that very, very soon. Shout out to everyone that is in the chat and everyone that's joining us. As we said, it's a bit of a weird one tonight. I'm kind of expecting... I don't know what to expect from this. It's kind of on early, so I don't know if, because of it being Halloween, people might skip this one. But saying that, it's got the emotion of it being Anderson Silva's final fight in UFC. Not final fight ever. He's heavily hinted he will do something else after, but just maybe not mixed martial arts. Because technically he's still under contract with the UFC and is retiring. So you can't really do that and then go off somewhere else and fight. But he might go off and do, as we said, bare knuckle boxing or something. So, yeah, a lot of emotion when we get to that main event. And as we said, he is absolutely a legend. Anderson Silva, regarded by some as the GOAT. Sean Musette says, Days, I am 2-0. Monica King, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that is in the chat. Let's change this over to the next one. It is all in German, and I have literally no idea why. I don't know if it's a setting that I've changed. I don't know if this is affecting everyone. But yes, it is all in German. We are just looking at Uriah Hall. And he's talking about how since he's started training in a different camp, how he's feeling a lot better about himself. Team Fortis. Fortis MMA is where he's at. So they're saying that he's been with them for like a couple of years now, but starting to see, you know, the things that he's been picking up. So, yes, this will be our third fight that's coming up next. Miss Clan One, shout out to you. Otis says, Bryce Mitchell getting his camo shorts tonight. Yes. Is there 11 fights on this? There's 11 fights on this card, yep. 6 on the prelims and 5 on the main card. There was going to be a 12th fight, but it got cancelled. And was it Casey? I think it was, wasn't it? I think it was her fight that got bumped off. Courtney Casey, I think, was meant to be in action on this. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. We are here every single week for the UFC. And, of course, we've got some tasty fight nights coming up as well. There's some decent shows on the horizon. The next big show has got a couple of title fights as well. I think Shevchenko in action, Figueiredo in action as well. So, nothing that's on the same level as, like, Khabib or anything like that. They really are special once in a blue moon kind of shows, the one that we had last week. But, yeah, take nothing away. We've still got some very good fights, very good shows coming up. So, yeah, looking forward to those. We will be covering the Mike Tyson fight as well. I think that's not too far away. Is that November? End of November? So I think it's about like 3 weeks or something. We will cover that. There's quite a bit of interest in that fight. We are just looking at video package on Anderson Silva and Uriah Hall. And they're just showing us like some of the little changes that Uriah Hall has made in his game since switching gyms. It was a bad weight cut. Yes, I grope your mommy. I did see that because it was a bit. They didn't. I don't think they gave an official reason, did they? But I did see earlier that it was down to a weight cut. But I didn't know she'd collapsed in the shower. In all fairness, what's the ETA on Hall and Silva? Going to be a little while. You're probably another couple of hours. Well, I think you're about 2 hours till we get to the main card. Then once we're at the main card, you're probably looking at another few hours. So probably about 4 hours. I'd say we're here for about another 4 hours until we get to that main fight. Might even be a little bit past that as well, but we are back in the Apex, UFC Apex. We are back in Las Vegas. Silva and Liddell got me into UFC. This is sad, says BOD Talks. Yeah, I mean, Silva very much had, you would say, one of the biggest impacts on the sport. I mean, he was so exciting. And, I mean, just really a knockout highlight reel. His numbers are incredible. We were talking about some of the numbers earlier, but I mean, it's worth just mentioning that of his 34 wins, 22 of them were KOs or technical knockouts. Like, that is crazy. He's got 4 submission wins to his name as well. So of his 36 wins, 34 wins, 26 of them are finishes. Only 8 went to decision. But it's just a shame because, like, he's obviously lost quite a lot in recent times. I think he's won 1, lost 4 in his last 5. And honestly, if you was to take that away, his record is, even now, his record is so impressive. 34 wins, 10 defeats. 34 and 10. And in his last 5, he's won 1, lost 4. So, can you imagine if he retired 10 years ago? I mean, the past 10 years have been pretty rough for him. He's picked up, like, he won in 2012, he won in 2017, but other than that, he's picked up losses. But, I mean, I suppose he's you know, looked good against the likes of Adesanya. That went the distance, and there's been a few other performances where he's looked all right. He's not getting outclassed, outgunned, completely destroyed. It's not like, it's not heartbreaking to see him, you know. He still can kind of hold his own, but It's heartbreaking if you try and compare him to what he was. So, yeah, it's definitely time. It's definitely time. I suppose it's just such a shame that it's not happening in Brazil, in front of the fans, and instead it's happening in a completely empty UFC Apex. I do think that's really sad. But there'll be plenty of opportunities to come for us to pay our respects to him with a crowd and everything, you know? Once we move past the pandemic and we can get crowds back, we'll see then, you know, I'm sure they'll bring him in. I mean, he'll go in the Hall of Fame and everything, so. Austin says, it's only because people keep trying. It's on BT Sport. Yes, I think it is on now, isn't it? Longest win streaks in UFC history. So, John Jones, GSP, Max Holloway, Demetrius Johnson, all with win streaks of 13, and alone at the top of the pile, the King of Kings, Anderson Silva, with 16 wins. How incredible is that? Longest win streak in UFC history. And you've got to say that no one comes close. I mean, it's not as if there's someone on 15 or 14. The whole pack behind him are on 13. Longest win streak in UFC history. Incredible. 16 wins in a row. Right, we are going to move to our next fight. Williams versus Witt. And it is on BT Sport now, so we don't have to faff around anymore with Fight Pass. Let's turn this off. Shut down. GSP's the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have many people arguing with that. Greg Hardy missed weight at heavyweight. He's 6'4". Stefan Struve is 6'11" and makes heavyweight. Did he miss weight, did he, Greg Hardy? I didn't actually see the weigh-ins. So, that's interesting. I didn't hear that. Right, here we go then, friends. We are moving on to our next fight. Witt making his way down. Apparently, Justin is a flat earther. That is no joke. Wow. He was flat out on the earth just a few moments ago, so it makes sense, doesn't it? Richard says there's too many goats. Goats everywhere. There's a field of goats. That's what UFC have got. UFC don't just have one goat. They've got a whole field of them. And we're going to see one of them in action in the main event tonight. How the hell do you miss weight at heavyweight, says Otis the Beefy One. Pies. That's how. Jason Witt has won 4 of his last 5 fights. 7 wins by submission, all coming by rear naked choke. And he is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. I've got Witt winning this one. Magic tacos. Ooh. Okay, so Witt making his way down. Hardy reweighed and then he made it, says Terry. Okay. Okay, Cole Williams now making his way down. Jason Witt inside the octagon. It's not a very long ring walk in the Apex, but it is maybe a little bit longer than over at Fight Island. It's probably about the same thinking about it. Neither of them are very big ring walks. I do like the Apex, but you do always have to factor in the smaller octagon. Double knockout. Neither of these guys have got a chin. Let me know who you have got here. Who do you think's winning this one? I've gone with Witt. So, Williams versus Witt. But which way are you going? And let's change it over. Hello, Daniel. Hope you are well, my friend. People firing in their thoughts in the chat. So, Cole Williams has finished 4 of his last 5 wins. 5 wins by knockout, 3 by submission, 6 first round finishes. 6 first round finishes. And he steps inside the octagon, so we should be good to go very, very soon. Bruce Buffer just going to do the honors. This is our 3rd fight of the evening. And as we said, there's only 11 fights on this card. So before you know it, we'll be at the halfway point. Cole Williams coming in with 5-inch reach. 3-inch reach. 5 pounds heavier. He actually... coming in over, was he? Here we go. Bruce Buffer doing the honors then. And we will be... underway on this one very, very soon. The Vanilla Gorilla? Sounds like something that you would get at Easter. You know, like you can have the Easter bunny made of chocolate, or you could have the Vanilla Gorilla, which is like his friend, and it's made out of white chocolate. I'd want both, in all fairness. When is the Silva Hall fight starting? Not for a bit. Not for about 4 hours. Williams looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy. There we go. We've got some breaking news. Right, here we go. We're about to get started. And we are underway. So, Jason Witt coming in at -160. So, coming in as a bit more of a firm favourite. And already looking and getting a takedown. That's an excellent start for him. Managing to get round the back of Williams already and jumping onto the back. So here we go. Look, Witt in control. And already looking for that rear naked. So Williams already in trouble. Already taken down. He's a very good wrestler, Witt is. As we said, good ground and pound. Good with his control time. Good cardio. And within the first few moments of this, already got Williams down. He's trying to wrap that leg around, and Witt working hard. He's managed to get on top. So Witt on top. He's managed to get Williams on his back. This wasn't originally what he was going for. He was looking for that rear naked. So Williams doing well to ensure that that danger is stomped out. But now he finds himself in a whole new problem, whole new predicament. And that is he has got Witt on top. Witt is very good with his ground and pound. If Williams gives him any kind of space, he is going to utilize it. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here with the left-hand side of the body. There's a little bit of room there for him to fire in a few shots. It's in a couple of blows coming into the ribs. But he's trying to get... Is he trying for side control? He is trying to get round to the side. Williams, though, has managed to get his leg in the way. So he's still fighting and working hard. But Witt throwing in a big elbows and forearm strikes to the face. I mean, this is going to be a great way just to empty Williams' tank. He's having to work and think and struggle and fight and survive and having to do that. He's already been down for like a good 2 minutes. So the amount of work that he's doing, it's draining all of that cardio away. You can see he knows the trouble that he's in here, and there's nowhere for him to go. Excellent work this by Witt. Tons of control time. Tons of control time. So Williams desperately trying to move out the way. He's bright red in the face as well. I think there's a bit of a cut above his eye also, above his left eye. I can see that there's some damage. And he is desperately trying to move, desperately trying to get up, but I can see this round just wearing out, to be honest. We got 145, and Williams hasn't made a great deal of progress. We have kind of shuffled our way down the octagon a little bit. We have kind of creeped our way down the octagon, but now we are starting to creep back. And that's about it. At the moment, you've still got Witt on top. Still throwing in those big strikes. Still throwing in those forearms. He's still got Williams down on his back. And it's lovely control. Lovely control. Big strikes coming in from Williams. Trying to fight his way out, but look at the blood now. That little cut above his left eye has busted open, and the blood is pouring down. So Williams was trying to fire back, trying to create some space, but it's Witt that is just constantly working. Elbow strikes. Look at the blood. Look at the blood. Just bleed. That's exactly what they're doing, man. The blood is everywhere. He's got a crimson mask. It is pouring out of his face. It's staining the octagon. All down his face. Busted open. Looks like he's been in there for like 10 minutes with a lion. He's been mauled. Or a bear. But 11 seconds, and man, his corner's going to take one look at him and go, well, that didn't go well, did it? Look at this. There's more blood on that mat than there is in his body. Oh, look at it. It's going to take them half an hour to try and clean him up. It is a bloodbath. We need good old JR on commentary. Good God Almighty, they've killed him! He's got a family, damn it! Yeah. As God is my witness, he's been broken in half! You're gonna need another wipe, mate. I think you've exhausted that one. He's got this like little white wipe and he's like, it's just red, it's bright red. All he's doing now is smearing it. Just get a new wipe. I'm sure you've got other wipes. Well, I don't know about you, but I think Witt won that round. I've got Witt winning that round. Smile on his face, though. Fair play. Right, there we go. So, 40 strikes by Witt, 19 of which were significant. Obviously, just that one takedown. But, I mean, you can see from Williams, you can see that he's just a little bit uneasy now. He's lost a bit of blood. He cut badly. A lot of people saying that's a 10-8 round. Complete domination. 10-8 for him, says Ryan Frederick. I mean, it is hard to argue against it, in all fairness. Lunges in again. Williams gets picked up. He's getting carried around. Look at this. Ah! He just picked him up from the one side of the octagon, carried him all the way across, and then dropped him down the other side. He just took him for a tour. Took him for a little trip around the Apex. And this is, come with me, look, this is Dana's office. We'll go down here, look. That's the medical room. You'll be seeing that later. And if we go down here, look at the changing rooms. I hope you don't mind, but I am going to have to go back and just drop you down now. See if we can just wrap this thing up, yeah? All right, come on then. Boo, boo, boo. Are you having a good Halloween? How's your Halloween going? Oh, yeah, family all right, are they? You just paraded him around? Look, for me, that's an automatic win. Straight up, you've just won. If you're going to be in there with your opponent's going to pick you up and show you around the Apex. You've lost. You've lost. The ref should just be like, forget this. That's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. Forget this. That man just picked you up and carried you around the octagon. You've lost this fight. Oh, look at this. Heading on. Oh, he's going to tap. Just tap. Oh, he's done. Oh, it's over. Look at the blood all on Witt as well. He's just took his dignity. He's took the win. He's took his dignity. He should now be given his wife, his kids. He should have his house and car. He's won everything there. There's nothing left for Williams. Nothing left. He needs to be cast out to the sea. Because, he just got absolutely owned. Look at this! Why did he even do that? Why did he even pick him up and then carry him all the way across the energy that it took to even do that? Why did he even do that? Picked him up, carried him all the way across. Just trying to find the right spot, I think. No, I don't want that one. Give me a second, hang on. I mean, you're not doing anything anyway. Give me a sec. We're going to go over here. We're going to go over there. Ref, just move out the way. Yeah, we're just going over it. Parading him around. Excellent performance by Witt. Never in doubt, was it? Scenes. Right, let's change this. He's killed Williams. God is my witness. Okay, hang on. Let's change this over. I'm so distracted by what I've just seen. I love that fight. Love it. There's some fights that you watch that just make you feel better about your life. And that fight makes me feel better about my life. Because now, as bad as things get, you know, the UK just been announced in another lockdown, all this kind of stuff. At least I can think to myself, well, no one's ever picked me up and paraded me around in front of international TV. So there's that, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? However bad life gets, just remember that. Have you ever been picked up and paraded around on international television? Whilst apparently trying to win a fight? I haven't. Right. Winner via submission. So the official result is Witt in round 2. Spick fact says that Silva will go to Bellator and keep fighting until he's in his 60s. I don't think he's allowed. I think he's still got fights on his contract with UFC. But I think he is retiring. Which technically means can't go anywhere else. Well, not anywhere else that does MMA, but he can go somewhere else and do boxing or whatever. But anyway. The first question I would ask is, why did you parade him around? Bloodbath. Yeah. Happy Halloween, kids. You just saw a bloodbath. Jason Witt, absolutely dominant, gets the win. He also takes... No! No, of course! No! I didn't know that. So Witt, not only has Witt won, right, but Williams missed weight. So Witt gets 40% of Williams' money. Oh! So he's took the win and he gets 40% of his money. Just give him the family. Just give him his wife. Give him the kids. Give him the car. Give him the holiday home. I bet he's elated. You've just won a dominant fight. You've just stole someone's dignity. You've just won 40% of their money as well. That's going to be one of the best. I can't imagine that having. Look at this. Boom. That is. Love it. Look at that head and arm choke. Stickman versus... Oh, right, yeah, what is our next one? Our next fight is Strickland against Marshman. I've got Strickland. So, I've got Strickland for this one. So, Strickland is 20-3. Marshman is 23-9. I can tell you that Strickland, 7 wins, 3 defeats in the UFC. Marshman, 3 wins, 4 defeats. Marshman is tough. He's durable. He's got decent power, but he's got low output. He's a boxer, brawler, not great takedown defense. He does have the power to win this, though. So he's not completely out of this, but his wrestling is not good enough. This guy, boxer, brawler, not great on the ground. Taking on Strickland, who hasn't fought since 2018. He's got good straight strikes. He likes to hide something special behind his jabs. Tends to be just like a nasty straight. But he uses the jab to set up something bigger. 7 wins, 3 defeats. Pressure fighter. Likes to move forward. He's also a striker and a boxer, but he is more technical. And he looked good before his absence. So, as we said, he's been out of the game for a little while. Been out of the game for a couple of years. He is coming back now, though, and he's coming back with the bookies behind him. The bookies have got him as a firm favourite here. He is minus 320. Marshman is plus 260. Strickland has got 5 wins via decision, 13 wins by knockout, 5 wins via submission. So, of his 20-odd wins, he's managed to get quite a few finishes there. Marshman is 7 via decision, 9 via knockout, 4 coming via submission. But as I said, over on Tapology, and I have to agree, 90% of people, 90% have gone with Strickland. They've gone with Strickland. They think that Strickland should be able to get the job done, and I agree. So this is in the middleweight department. Strickland, 29 years old. Marshman, 30 years old. And, yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. But I'm feeling pretty good about Strickland getting the dub on this one. He's also coming in with a 3-inch reach advantage. 2-inch advantage on his legs as well. Sean Reset says, "Let's go Strickland. I grope your mama, your mommy. Sorry, I'm just coming up with my own names now. I grope your mommy. Strickland first round submissions. Anadors, shout out to you. Sunny says she's got Strickland in round 2. And we are just at commercial break at the moment. So if you are just joining us, you missed a very fun fight. Very fun fight, that last fight. Absolutely loved it. Just carried around. Witt just carrying Williams around like a naughty toddler. You know, like when... there's a kid that wants some sweets in the shop, and you're like, you can't have sweets. You had some sweets yesterday. I'm not buying you sweets 2 days in a row. And he's like, just keeps going on. And you pick them up and you have to put them on your shoulder. And you're like, no, I've told you. And they throw in a tantrum and they really want sweets. That is exactly what we just saw. I mean, the difference being that you don't then throw that child down and punch it repeatedly in the face and get a head and arm choke on it. I don't, anyway. I wouldn't do that. That's not a strategy that I would adopt. But who knows what's being brought into modern parenting. Marsh potatoes, says Dario Sanchez. Oh, did I? Don't know why I did that. I think it's because I had Marshman in my head. The Strickland is taking on the Marshman. I should have just kept it, shouldn't I? Strickland versus Marshman. Sounds better. I think I just found a way of making the fight sound even better. It was total domination, says Big Dog. Monica says, looks like Witt is going to be carrying Williams' family as well. He's earned it. He has earned it. There should be a stipulation like that, whereby if you pick up your opponent and you can successfully carry them across the octagon, you should get some kind of bonus. Now, I'm not saying that it should be that person's wife. But I think that would make this sport it would add another level of intrigue. That's my feeling. You can say that I'm wrong, but there's no denying that it would be entertaining. Because I would have loved it if it had just cut in that moment to her and she just realises that she's lost her husband and she's now got to get into a relationship with Witt. And you see the realisation. She's like... Imagine if it cut to her and she was like, yes. I didn't like him anyway. That'd be rough, wouldn't it? Imagine if it did cut to his wife and kids and they're celebrating. Yeah, we've got a new dad. Whew. We do go down some roads that I don't expect. Silva is the main event. Yes, Silva is the main event. Let me know which way you're leaning on this. It is fight number 4. Olivia says, I can get 400 back. All my other bets were right. I hope you're having a good night. Jack the Hammer Marshman. Anna says, blind dating days. I grope your mummy. Says, I apparently picked the marshmallow. I must have been drinking. Mansoor says, Strickland by submission. Ahmed says, when does it start? Well, I think they are doing they might be doing the ring walks right now for fight number 4. 1838 hours in Brazil. January, February, and March, says Dario. Mansoor, shout out to you. People firing in their predictions. There's a few that think that Strickland's going to do it via decision. Might as well jump over to that other screen in preparation. Sean Strickland. It's all in German. I know that doesn't help. You can probably make out a few of those stats. You can see the reach. 76 to Marshman's 73. And you can see that Strickland is from the United States. Marshman is from Wales, so that must be United Kingdom. So is that United Kingdom in German? Oh, what does that say? Let's have a look. Verenigtes Königreich. Well, that sounds sexy, doesn't it? Verenigde Staten. That's United States. Verenigde Staten. Verenigdes Königreich. It sounds awful, doesn't it? It just sounds awful. United States, United Kingdom. leg reach 2.5 inches for Strickland. Reach 3-inch reach advantage. You can see their records on screen as well. And as soon as you go back, both fighters should be inside the octagon. How did you get into UFC? I got into it through an old job that I had, and people were talking about it. It wasn't really on my radar, but some people were talking about it like in the early 2000s, and I started getting into it then. And then, of course, you know, I mean, I was aware of it before with the likes of Ken Shamrock and things in the late 90s, but I was still young and I wasn't interested. But when I got into it in like the 2000s, that was more because people were talking about it, and I gave it a watch and I thought it was cool and I was into it, and you know, I kind of kept an eye on it, but I wasn't religiously watching. But then I think as soon as we hit around 2010, a bit before that, I mean, when Brock came into it, that's when I started watching it religiously. So yeah, on off, aware of it in the 90s, watching it on off in the early 2000s, but religiously since 2010. So 10 years now. Probably longer, actually. I think it was before 2010. Anyway, we've got our next fight coming up. Fight number 4. Strickland is 185.5. Marshman coming in at 187. Needed to be at 186. He's coming in a pound and a half heavy. Bruce Buffer doing the honours. R. Kelly, shout out to you. Lauren says, I haven't got either of them winning. I have not got a draw. I have Strickland. Eric, shout out to you. I had a UFC game for the PS1. That was the first I heard of UFC, says Matt Harrison. Has anyone got UFC 4? Is it worth it? I don't know. Austin, yes, I can see it. Strickland by stoppage, says Josh. I grope your mommy. Shout out to you. Smash that like button like Witt is going to smash Williams' wife. Wow, look, he deserves it. Right, here we go. He is sizable favourite. Strickland, and we are underway. Okay, so Strickland in white, Marshman in black. Marshman on the outside as Strickland throws in a jab. The hammer. There we go, some nice jabs coming in by Strickland. He's already got Marshman back against the cage. But as we said, Strickland's got to be very careful because of the power that Marshman has got. And he definitely has got the power to put Strickland away. Nice overhand. Okay, nice left-hand jab by Marshman. But just falling short. We're a minute in, and again, very similar to what we've seen so far. Not a hive of activity. Nice combos there, though. 1-2, right, left by Marshman. Strickland with a couple of shots back of his own as well. Body shot there by Marshman. Oh, right on the chin by Strickland. That was nice. Right on the chin. Starting to pull ahead a little bit now, Strickland. 7-4. Landing 44% of his shots. Some of these nice strikes that Marshman's throwing. Not connecting. He's only landed 22%. But Strickland landing 37%. Couple of left-hand jabs here by Marshman. Front leg kick by Marshman as well. Nice jab. Both in the center at the moment. Still on its feet. Overhand right there by Marshman. Goes for a body shot as Strickland backs away. Nice leg kick. He probably should utilize that some more. Does get checked by Marshman. Heavy right hands. Yeah, the Marshman in backing up here. Backing up against the cage. Leg kick again. That's, you like to see that. So 17-10 at the moment. I can tell you that 14 strikes to the head, 3 to the legs for Strickland. Needs to keep checking the legs for me. Needs to keep firing in those leg kicks. He is looking good. This is definitely a Strickland round, landing 49% of his shots. Marshman landing 26. You can see the blood stains all on the mat. From Williams, from our last fight. Couple of strikes going up top there by Marshman. 22-14. Heavy. They sound like heavy blows. Strickland, couple of shots to the body, going back up top. He's got him backed up against the cage. He's teeing off a little bit now. Trying to find an opening. Nice right hand to the body. Right hand up top by Strickland. Marshman taking a little bit of punishment. 30 significant strikes now. 21 strikes to the head by Strickland. Excellent work by Strickland. Nice left hand jab there. Replied by Marshman. Nice kick to the legs by Strickland, and the opportunity, that window seems to have gone. Nice left hand straight down the middle by Strickland. Snaps Marshman's head back. 51% accuracy for Strickland. 28% for Marshman. But that's the threat that Marshman possesses. He does manage to just catch Strickland with the right hand. He does carry a threat. And that is the end of the round. That is a Strickland round all day long. Strickland 1-0 up. Excellent work by Strickland. He did get caught a couple of times. Marshman still well in this fight, but the problem is I can't see what more Marshman can offer. Apart from catching Strickland with a big shot that puts him down, I can't see what else Marshman has got. That is pretty much as we expected that fight to go. 2 strikers. Strickland, the more technical, likes to put the pressure on, move forward. Marshman, on the back foot, lower output. Durable, decent, does have power. I think the next few rounds probably go the same. Right, round number 2. Imtiaz, shout out to you. I grope your mommy, says fun round. Monica says, I think most of us are doing really well in the predictions. Well, 22 points up for grabs. Not only have we asked members to predict the winners, but we've asked them to pick the round that it finishes in as well. So don't forget that this is the last week for the month game also. brand new month as of next week. So we need to figure out who the current prediction champ is. Next week, prediction champ. Who takes the month game, the group game, the solo game. Going to try and get that info out later tonight. But we are back underway with the second round. Not a great deal to report or talk about in this first minute. Both just trading blows, kind of like what we saw in the first. Both in the center of the octagon. Nothing too troubling at this stage. Just a couple of jabs being traded back and forth. You can see on Marshman's face the damage, though. Strickland doesn't seem to have taken much damage, but Marshman's face looks rough. It's bright red, kind of gonna bruising. There's looks to be a cut under his right eye, whereas Strickland looks exactly as he did when he stepped into the octagon. Nice left-hand jab there by Strickland. Three minutes left in this. We are getting towards the halfway point in this fight. Marshman. That was a nice combo there by Marshman. Finishes it with a nice hook to the body. Can tell you that 78% of Strickland's shots have been to the head, which is why Marshman's face looks the way that it does. He's taken 78% of the shots there. That is 36 strikes. 7 to the body. Only 3 leg kicks. Whereas Marshman has mixed it up a lot more. 8 to the head, 10 to the body, 7 to the legs. Going for another leg kick, but couldn't quite get it. He's still only landing 23% of his shots. 46% for Strickland. Just over 2 minutes to go in this second round. Here we go. Strickland trying to find that opening. Marshman backing away a little bit. Strickland not seemingly putting on the same amount of pressure that he was in the first. Couple of strikes to the body there by Marshman. Swing and a miss. Nice left-hand jab by Strickland. 1 minute 30 on the clock. This, no doubt about it, another round this for Strickland. I think something like 14 strikes to 6. 14 significant strikes to 6 in this round. Marshman still trying to find a way through. Still trying to find that power shot, but not finding it. Little bit of a sleeper fight, this one, to be honest. But Marshman still putting everything he's got behind his strikes. Little bit of damage around the eye of Strickland. When does the main card start? Main card will start in about an hour and 7. Swing and a miss there by Strickland. 30-odd seconds to go. $20 seconds on the clock now. I think it's like 20 significant strikes to 10 in this round for Strickland. Strickland very much in the comfortable lead. He took the first round. He's going to take this round as well. Marshman's problem is that he's only landing 22% of his shots. He's amazingly thrown 140-odd strikes. 148 is thrown nearly 150 strikes, and he's only landing 22% of them. Like, he is working so hard, and he is just not getting, like, the reward for it. So, you got to feel for him. But, yeah, this is definitely Strickland's fight. And we are going into a third round on this one. They're just trying to clean up Marshman's face a little bit here. I think, is there a bit of blood on the ice pack? Right, here we go. Round number 3. I think that last one ended like, is it 26? Okay, here we go. Yeah, Strickland didn't sit down. It's 36-21 significant strikes in that last round. Right, round number 3 underway. Not feeling good about my Strickland by finish, says Backflip. Days, I've taken number 1 3 times since you've been streaming. How have you not got up yet to use the John? That is quite the question, Austin. Nice jab to the body there by Marshman. And again, a couple of quick jabs to the body, driving Strickland back. So Marshman really coming out here. He's yeah, he's like, come on, he's fired up here. Big strikes coming in by Marshman. Clattering against the body. I mean, he was quite intense in those first 2 rounds anyway. He just wasn't landing them. Now, somehow, he's got even more intense. So, Marshman has upped his intensity. Can he up his accuracy, though? Because that's what he was struggling with. If anything, it's getting worse. He's down to 21% accuracy now. That is not great. 44% for Strickland. And Strickland has landed 66 significant strikes to 37. Yeah, this is a fight. 10 significant strikes to 6 in this round for Strickland. Strickland still winning, even in round number 3. Even though Marshman, lovely jab there by Strickland. Even though Marshman getting even more aggressive, it's just his accuracy's not there. It's all falling short. Blood pouring down his face as well. He really has taken quite a battering here. They are just talking to each other. It's just a good scrap now. This just turned into a really good fight. Some lovely shots to the body. Strickland backing away. And Marshman moving to the side. Just over 2 minutes to go in this one. 72 significant strikes to 41. 43% accuracy to 21%. Marshman trying to find that big blow. But Strickland has done a great job of defending those big shots. He still had to take some punishment. Smile on the face of Marshman as he's getting driven back. And we are just over an hour away from the main card. 63 head strikes by Strickland. Only 14 head strikes by Marshman. 1 minute, 20 odd. Strickland, nice left-hand high kick. Lovely. Lovely high kick. That high kick came out of nowhere. We haven't seen high kicks in this fight. It's all been boxing. Nice block there by Strickland as well. Love that block. Great left-hand jab. Yeah, Strickland's winning. I mean, Marshman has got to find a finish here. If he wants to win this, he's got to find a finish. He is going for it, swinging away. Some big shots. Strickland's just got to make sure that nothing lands now. 30-odd seconds to go. Strickland definitely winning this if it goes to judges. Big swinging blows. Big hooks coming in from both guys. Nice kick. Back fist there by Strickland. Look at this. Strickland's like, come on. But that does fire Marshman up, and he does move forward. This fight's good towards the end. Little bit of a sleeper at times, this one, but it's been a good fight. And fair play, man. 3 full rounds. It's going to be Strickland via decision. So there we go. 31 significant strikes to 18 in round 3 for Sean Strickland. Like, I don't even need to wait to hear what the judges are going to say. Look at the numbers. The numbers on screen will tell you everything you need to know. 88 to 50. Right, let's change this to our next fight. Yanez versus Rodriguez. That's going to be our next fight. Let's change this over. Reset that. Bosh. 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 Hello. Let's change this one over. Number 5, Yanez. Yanez versus Rodriguez. Right, just in time to get the result. And I'm not going to have to wait. $88 to 50, 40-odd% to 20-odd%. Okay, here we go. All 3 judges giving it 30-27. So that means that Strickland won every round from every judge, which is the right result. It is the right result. So, no doubt there that's much deserved by Strickland. They're talking about Anderson Silva. Obviously, he's going to be in action later. We got Yanez and Rodriguez. How are people's predictions doing? Lauren says, I love how Strickland said, I'll give you a chance to win, just hit hard. I'm ready for Mitchell versus Fili. Chase Brown. That is going to be a lot of fun. That fight is going to be a lot of fun. Chalmers is 2-2. Chalmers. Don't throw it away, Chalmers. Don't throw it away. Danny Barnhouse is 4-0. Why won't you fall down is the best line in a fight ever from Sean. Austin's 2-2 as well. Right, yes, we might as well preview this next fight. So coming up next, we've got Yanez against Rodriguez. Rodriguez, both of these fighters are making their UFC debuts. I can tell you that Rodriguez is 7 wins and 2 defeats. All 7 wins via knockout. 100% finish rate for Rodriguez. UFC debut. Coming in on a short notice, though. He's got a jiu-jitsu background. He puts everything behind his shots. And this is going to be a huge test for him, though. Because the people that he's beaten are not the caliber of Yanez. Yanez is making his UFC debut. A lot of people say he looks like Masvidal. Not so much in his face, his appearance, but in his fighting style. He's got like a boxing, dirty boxing, kind of backyard kind of a style. He's got insane hooks, but he is technical, is well-rounded, a very exciting prospect. This feels like it's a matchup for him to get an easy win, get the ball rolling. He's got good hand speed. Came through Contenders Series where he looked great. He's got a record of 11 wins and 3 defeats. 3 decisions, 6 knockouts, 2 submission wins. 91% of people on Tapology think that Yanez is going to be victorious. He comes in at minus 330. Rodriguez coming in at plus 260. So Yanez is definitely the favourite for this one. This is in the bantamweight division and should be a lot of fun. The one guy has got 6 knockouts out of 11 wins. The other guy has got 7 knockouts out of 7 wins. There's a good chance this does not go the distance. So this is going to be our next fight. And then, of course, we are sneaking our way towards the main event of the prelims. This is fight number 5. And there's only 6 fights after this. 1 more in the prelims. And then we are at the main card. So who is this Rodriguez? Victor Rodriguez is a last-minute replacement. He's only ever had 9 pro fights. Is coming in on short notice, making his UFC debut. So is Yanez. Yanez on a 4-fight win streak, and as we said, shades of Masvidal. But yeah, he's taken on Rodriguez, who's also on a 4-fight win streak. Comes from Mexico, and this should be interesting. Should be exciting. So those two, we are just going to commercial break, and I don't know if we'll get a video package on them when we return. Silva will retire, win or lose, or at least will never fight in the UFC again after this, says Spickspat. That is true, yep. Do I want Silva or Hall? I want Silva to win. I mean, what Silva has done for MMA and what he has done to raise awareness of the sport. I want him to get his moment. I want him to ride off into the sunset with a win. But I don't think he will. I've gone with Hall. I think Hall is going to get the victory here. I think Silva, his last win coming in 2017, and he didn't look great in that. A lot of people says that it was decision, and a lot of people said that it was the wrong decision. So if you actually scratch that off, you've got to go back to 2012. So this is Anderson Silva in name. What you're going to see tonight is a guy called Anderson Silva. You're not going to necessarily see the GOAT that we had. But I mean, of course, it is still the same guy, and he is a former GOAT. Still a GOAT to a few people. But there's no denying that he deserves all the respect in the world. But I don't think it would be fair for anyone that hasn't seen Anderson Silva before to judge him by what you're going to see tonight. Because what we've seen in recent years is just not... Do you know what I mean? I'm just very aware that we're sitting here bigging him up, saying how amazing he is and how amazing he's been. And then there's a good chance that some new people that have only just come to the sport will watch him tonight and be maybe let down, disappointed, because he's not the same guy. He's 45. Like, if you've never seen an Anderson Silva fight, go back and check some out. As we said, the numbers I wrote them down. He has the longest title reign in UFC history, 2,457-day title reign. Which is the longest in UFC history. He's got the most main events under his belt as well. 19 main events for Anderson Silva. 16 consecutive wins. That's the longest win streak in UFC history. No one has won more fights in a row than Anderson Silva. Third most finishes with 14 finishes. He's tied for the most knockouts in UFC history with 11. He's got 8 consecutive finishes, so 8 of his fights ended in finishes in a row. And I think that's a record in the UFC as well. So the numbers that he brings are incredible. And just what you can't measure in numbers is really the impact that he had on the sport, the amount of new fans that he brought in, the pay-per-view numbers that he was doing, the impact that he had, on fighters that have come in, and just incredible. It will be emotional to say goodbye to him, but I think really we should have said goodbye to him a while ago. So it'll be emotional, but it's something that should have happened before. You can't be a former GOAT. Yeah, you can. If you reach GOAT status, you're there forever. No. I mean, like, a lot of people say Khabib's the GOAT, but someone will come along that will become the GOAT. So right now, there's an argument that Khabib's the GOAT, or maybe John Jones is the GOAT, or GSP is the GOAT. But in 100 years' time, I would imagine that someone else will have come along that is then regarded as the GOAT. So you can be a former GOAT. For me, he's a former GOAT. He was undeniably the greatest of all time during his time, but the sport has moved on. The sport has moved on, and new faces have emerged, and there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that at all. I mean, his impact, his legacy is absolutely assured. His legacy is absolutely assured. I don't really subscribe to the fact that he's ruining his legacy now. You still can't take away what he achieved. You still can't take away those numbers. So I don't know if he's ruining. And he hasn't looked bad in recent years, but it's just, I'm just aware there's quite a few new people that are that join us that haven't watched UFC, and we've been bigging him up, but you're not going to see the real him tonight. Chase Brown says, I don't know much about these next fighters, but I'm going to go by Yanez via decision. Yeah, I've got Yanez winning this as well, and I don't know that it goes decision, but I've got him winning as well. Right, Bruce Buffer doing the honors. Fighting! Okay, Rodriguez inside the octagon. The ring walks have been done. Okay, and Yanez getting his intro also. So, as we said, we are moving our way towards the main card. We've got about 40-odd minutes to go, about 48 minutes to go, and then we will be at the main card. And as we said, an emotional night, saying goodbye to Anderson Silva. And let's flip this over. Here we go. Boom, we are underway then with this fight. Rodriguez against Yanez, and there's a good chance we get a finish in this one. So Rodriguez fighting in black. We've got Yanez in blue, and already Rodriguez driving Yanez back. And as we said, Yanez regarded as quite an exciting prospect, but finds himself backed up against the cage in the early part of this. Yanez trying to get away from the cage. He does manage to spin this around. But again, still pinned back by Rodriguez. Knee to the body. I don't think there's a single women's fight tonight. I think it's a fully male-dominated card. Again, Rodriguez still in control, but Yanez breaking away. So both guys going right back to the middle. Kick to the body there by Yanez. Trying to find an opening here. Overhand by Rodriguez. Lunging forward, gets put against the cage. Big right hand by Rodriguez. Into the clinch. Break apart. So Rodriguez standing his ground in the center. Not a great deal of activity to report, to be honest. So 5 strikes, 6 strikes to 4. That's what we've got at the moment. 6 strikes to 4. Couple of more strikes coming in here by Yanez, though. He's got Rodriguez backed against the cage. Couple of strikes getting through. This is better. That was better by Yanez. I think he's starting to get comfortable. Look at that. Just a straight right. Down went Rodriguez. I think he can sense a finish. Oh, but Rodriguez firing back. That was good, though. Bang. Right hand. Rodriguez went down. Rodriguez has got to be careful. He gets thrown down there. Big swing and a miss by Rodriguez. Yanez again with that right hand is devastating. And a high kick. Ah! Down he goes. Yanez does it. Oh, Herb Dean calls it. It looked like Rodriguez wanted to carry on. You could sense it was coming, man. You could sense it. It was in the air. It was in the air when that high kick landed. Lovely, some lovely strikes. Right hand, boom, straight down the middle. Follows it with a left. That was earlier. That right hand. There's the high kick. And as soon as he landed it, you knew it was done. Herb Dean just grabbed him straight away. Lovely. There we go. Yanez, as we said, a very exciting prospect. And round 1. Night Mini Volkanovski says Otis the beefy one. Monica says 5-0, baby. Austin says, I got the winner and round correct. Hayden is 5-0 as well. Spixback says first KO of the night. Yeah, well. Really impressive one as well. Really good. What do you think about Fili Mitchell? It's going to be an awesome fight. Hard to call. I have gone with Fili. I've gone with Fili because I think he's better on the feet, and I could see this staying on the feet. So I'm leaning towards Fili, but it is close. I would not be betting on that. I wouldn't put any money down on that. I think I haven't got a good read of it. Feel pretty good about a lot of these fights, and things are going pretty well, but yeah, I don't like that co-main. Right. Might as well change these over whilst they announce Yanez as the victor. Grutzmacher is next fighter, taking on Hernandez. Make sure I spell it right. Grutzmacher versus Hernandez. Big smile on Yanez's face, as you can imagine. I'm going with Mitchell by submission, says Chase Brown. Right, that's going to be our next one, so we're set up for that. Let's change this ticker over as well so that anyone just joining us will know who has won so far. Very impressive win for Yanez. Very impressive. Silva by Spirit Bomb tonight. Red Lion says Silva has got more fans behind him than anyone else. There is a lot of love for Silva. There's no denying that. I certainly will be cheering for him, but I don't feel great about it. He's fired up. Yanez is fired up. He says he wants to be here for a very long time. Right, let's change over this as well. So we're done with that fight. It is going to be our main event of the prelims next. And we've got a firm favourite here. A firm favourite. We have got Hernandez coming in. I just saw the odds on UFC was around minus 400 for Hernandez. Grutzmacher coming in at about plus 300 odd. So this is all one-way traffic. I've got Hernandez winning this. He's got a 5-inch reach advantage. His striking isn't that great though. That's the problem. So I don't know if that reach advantage is going to make a great deal of difference. He's a wrestler. He's got decent cardio. He's someone that has got... He's won his fights in a variety of different ways, actually. Even though he's a wrestler, he's only actually won twice via submission. He has had 4 wins via knockout, technical knockout. But the majority of his fights go to decision. He's quite good at just picking up rounds. So, yeah, he's someone that I don't think is going to really trouble the rankings or anything. He's not someone that I'm that high on, but he's someone that I think is going to have too much here. I expect him to get a few jabs off. If it does go down, then that works more in his favour. And I can see him just getting control time and just kind of taking this fight. It could be that it's going to be a decision for Hernandez. He's taken on Grutzmacher, who is decent at boxing. He's 34, so he's coming in 6 years older. He's also coming in from a 2-year layoff. He's finished half of his fights with knockouts or technical knockouts. In fact, he's managed to finish 10 of his 14 wins. So it's, quite impressive. But I think he's going to be outclassed here. I really do. I am expecting Hernandez to quite comfortably get the win on this one. So I'm going to go Hernandez decision. It's hard to know what to expect from Grutzmacher on this. But yeah, I'm going to go Hernandez decision. Let me know who you've got. Austin has got Hernandez decision as well. Miss Clown 1 has gone with Hernandez. Dave in Real Life says, I've got the guy with the extreme name to win, and I might lose this. I gotta be honest, I always feel better if I know that Dave has gone for the other person. Then I feel more assured that I'm on the right path. I've got no idea, Dave, why you don't just think to yourself, gonna go with that person, and then just bet on the other one. Because I do find consistently that you're very good at reading who's going to win a fight, but you always seem to pick the other person. So just a tip for you. Switch it. I'm only playing. Hernandez via decision, says Chase Brown. BOTBXOTB says, what time is this fight? Well, this next one will be in around about 10 minutes, I'd imagine. They're just running through Silva's career. They're just showing us some previous fights that Silva has had. And showing us from 2010 his fight against Chael. Miss Clown One, shout out to you. Tim says Grits is definitely losing this one. I've got $700,000 parlay on Silva. That's a lot of money. I've only gone with 650,000. So you've gone even bigger than I have. Silva is going to lose, says Ben. Yeah, I mean, he is coming in as slight underdog. Silva coming in at plus 190. Uriah Hall coming in at minus 230. Dave says, I got you, Days. I pick my fights like I pick my women. Very good. Very, very good. You pick your fights like you pick your women. You don't try to get the winners. Got you. Got you, my friend. Although, if Dave's partner could just hear me then, I do apologise. I think you're a winner. That's what Dave said to me. He says, I don't mean the current person that I'm with. So, if they did hear that, just putting it out there. Who's winning this one? I think Hernandez is going to win this one. James Chadwick says, I'm going to go with Hernandez because it's easier to say his name. Well, he goes by the name of Grits, so you can use Grits or Hernandez. So, but I think it's pronounced Grutzmacher is how you actually pronounce it. I'm going for the dog on this one. I'm in France. What time does it start? Hello, France. Well, France, I can tell you that the next fight will be in about 10 minutes, if that. And the main card is going to start in about 34 minutes. So, there we go. The Silva fight, probably looking at about 2.5 hours, something like that. Around that ballpark. I've got $1 million on Hall. Wow. I think that's a pretty decent bet, in all fairness. I mean, if you are going to go, you might as well go big. So, $1 million on Hall is pretty good. It's pretty good. What time does the night start? I don't even understand that question. Do you mean the fights? The fights have begun. We're up to fight number 6. The Celtic 1888. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much for joining us. And a big shout out to everyone that's joining us this week. I know this is a little bit of a step down from last week. I don't think that's unfair to say. I mean, last week, with the emotion of Khabib saying goodbye and then potentially not saying goodbye. But yeah, what a great show last week was. I don't think we can quite match that this week. But potentially we are saying goodbye to Anderson Silva. So, and Anderson Silva, super, super popular. So, yeah, it is. There's still emotion there. But I think we all agree that it is definitely time. I don't know if there's too many people saying that he should stay. I've got Grits to lose, but score enough for me to win some dollars. I Grope Your Mummy says, I've got 100 billion Zimbabwe bucks on the fight to end in a draw. Isn't that around about the same as $4.50? 100 billion Zimbabwe bucks. Not as good as last week, but still some good fights. Oh, I mean, who's going to forget that moment where Witt paraded Williams around and stole his dignity? I mean, it was worth watching just for that alone. Like, honestly, that'll do me. I don't need any more than that. As far as I'm concerned, the UFC has already delivered. Anything from this point now is a bonus ball. So we are up to fight number 6. If you are watching and you don't normally join us hit the subscribe. Make sure that you hit that subscribe. Make sure that you do join us for UFC every Saturday. We're here every week. Obviously, we got some big shows coming up as well, and your support is greatly appreciated. I can see we're around about 150 away, and then we'll be at 212,000 subscribers. So yeah, we are working our way towards that. We are working our way towards 250,000. 250,000 for this channel, which is eye-watering. Literally eye-watering. So we are currently about 38,000 away. So if there is 38,000 people watching that haven't subscribed, we could do it tonight. I think that's unlikely. And it's about as likely as me saying Grutzmacker's name correctly. But I've been trying. And that is our next fight that's coming up.
Celtic 1888 is a legend.
I love this new voice.
And 49 cents via a super chat. Lesnar was a machine in the UFC. Miss him.
He was great. Big star. Big with pay-per-view buys. I think what's really exciting is the fact that he wasn't unstoppable. Do you know what I mean? Like, as incredible as Brock Lesnar is, in this world, he got beat. So, like, in like WWE, Brock Lesnar's kind of seen as the guy, really. Legitimately, there's not really anyone that can stop him. And for me, if anyone ever does, I kind of roll my eyes a little bit. Because he is just such a big guy, so powerful, so dominant. But in this world, for every Brock Lesnar, there's a Cain Velasquez, you know? We actually got, for those that don't watch WWE, we actually got Brock Lesnar versus Cain Velasquez in WWE. I kind of enjoyed it because it was like a UFC fight. It went about 2.5 minutes. Lot of striking. Looked and felt like a UFC fight in a WWE ring. Lesnar winning via submission after about 2.5 minutes. But apparently it ended quite quickly because of Cain Velasquez was actually carrying an injury. So I'm not sure if that's the match that they planned, but that's the match that we got. And I keep meaning to rewatch that match, actually. I'd love to watch it. I think it's a bit of a lost classic. It's Cain Velasquez's only TV fight, I think. I don't think he had another fight on TV in WWE, so... Hernandez is here. 4 wins by knockout. 5 first-round finishes. He's my pick to win. Wrestling Days fan says that match was poor for me. I liked it. I liked that fight. I think I even said I liked it at the time. Because as I said, it felt very UFC. It felt real. It felt like... And plus also because of the history of those two. I don't think they did a very good job in the build for it. But that scar under the eye of Brock's eye, that came from Cain Velasquez. He gave him that scar. And they did reference that, but I think they could have done a better job with it. And also it sucked that it was over in Saudi Arabia, but... Austin says that match was... we need Cain Velasquez, Bobby Lashley. Have you watched Volta Dragunov? Not yet, no. I will watch it later tonight. I'll probably watch it whilst I'm working out the scores. Spixback says, what happened? I thought Cain went to WWE and they had that Brock Cain storyline. What happened? Well, Cain was injured. Cain Velasquez was injured in WWE. So he had one match on TV. He made a few appearances on Raw, like running down to the ring. I say running, slowly walking down. The thing with Cain is that he doesn't look that impressive. I mean, he's got a decent size to him, but there's a few people in WWE with decent size. And Kane's not, like, ripped to shreds or anything. So when he comes down, like, you kind of look at him and go, okay. Like, for those that don't know, doesn't really look all that. But, you know, he made his way down and got involved a few times and ended up having that fight with Brock. And then, he was injured. So he had surgery. He was training. I don't know why, but they just couldn't seem to get anything going for him. I don't know if that injury was difficult for him to come back from, but he just ended up getting cut. They just ended up releasing him. And I'm pretty sure if they could have done something with him, they would have. To my knowledge, he hasn't gone anywhere else and competed. It's not as if he's in AEW or gone back to Mexico or anything. So perhaps that injury was just too severe. I haven't actually heard. If that match was a hidden gem, then Fury Strowman was a Matt classic. Well, I call it a hidden gem because not like a hidden gem in the sense of this is a 5-star match you need to watch. A hidden gem in the sense of Cain Velasquez had a match in WWE. It's the only match that I know of that was recorded. It was against Brock Lesnar. It has a different feel to other WWE fights and a hidden gem in that regard. I'm not saying it's 5 stars, but I'm saying that I enjoyed the fight. But I love the fact that it happened. I love the fact that it kind of... There's going to be people that don't know that it happened. It happened over in Saudi Arabia. It's got a very MMA feel. Doesn't go very long. And it was Cain Velasquez's only appearance. It's kind of like... did you know that Aleister Black has a match with Pac? Did you know that Aleister Black had a match with Neville in WWE? Didn't happen in NXT, didn't happen on Raw, didn't happen in 205, didn't happen in SmackDown. It took place at NXT UK. Aleister Black versus Neville on the network. It's all right match. I'd say that's a hidden gem as well. Right, we are underway. Right, so Hernandez is who I have got in this one. Right, let's bring that up. What's the name of AJ's bodyguard? Jordan. It's Jordan O'Bayin or something like this, but I don't think they are using his surname. Right, nice kicks coming in by Hernandez. So you can see the numbers on screen. Nice kick coming in by Grits. He is looking very sharp. Hernandez looking very impressive. 13 strikes already. 13-6. I can tell you that Grutzmacher standing his ground in the centre. Okay, Hernandez firing in some leg kicks on Grits. Nice right hand, some good combo strikes. He's landing 50% of his strikes. So goes high there. Nice big strikes. He's got him in trouble. He's teeing off and down he goes. Yeah! Hernandez, round 1. This prediction thing's easy, isn't it? Yes. I mean, in fairness, that was easy. He came in as heavy favourite. He looked sharp. He looked awesome. Just tagged him up. 29 strikes. 59% accuracy. Just battered him, man. Battered him. Black versus Neville must have been a great match. It was good. And do you know, actually, another fun fact, he doesn't wrestle as Aleister Black. How about that? He wrestles as Tommy End because he hadn't been given his proper name at that point. If you go to the United Kingdom Championship Tournament from 2017 in Blackpool, the one where Tyler Bate wins, it's on that show. It's Neville. Neville comes out saying, you know, this is a big night for UK wrestling. Well, I'm the biggest thing in UK wrestling. Why wasn't I invited? And then the graphic hits and out comes Tommy End, who had just signed. So he'd just signed, and Tommy End was big. Aleister Black used to wrestle a lot in the UK as Tommy End. So it's actually Neville versus Tommy End, but it's Aleister Black. Right, Hernandez, well done to him. Right. Fight number 7 coming up. Green versus Moises. So you wait for some finishes, and then a couple come along at once, don't they? Gree? What the heck? Who's Gree? Right, main card coming up next, my friends. We are sneaking our way towards that. Let me do this. Shout out to Thomas Morehouse. Shout out to Thomas Morehouse. Appreciate the support, my friend. 19 minutes till the main card starts tonight. We've had 6 fights. Quite a few finishes in there. A couple in a row. A couple of first round finishes. Hernandez getting the job done. And our next fight number 7. Which is going to see Green versus Moises. I'm not going to bother previewing that fight yet because, honestly, we're probably about half an hour away from it. Because of the fact that we have still got to wrap up the prelims. Then we'll have, obviously, a little video package as we go to the main card. And then they'll start the main fight. So, yeah, we're probably a little way away from our next fight. Bobby King Green taking on Thiago Moises. This is in the lightweight division. And that is going to be our next match. Fight number 7 coming up. Gaming in real time. Shout out to you. You can ask advice. I have no idea if I can give you any good advice. But, yeah, you can ask away. Usyk Chisora coming up next, says James Chadwick. Yeah, I'm so disappointed that I couldn't watch that at the same time. But, as I said, boxing's not brilliant to watch when you're trying to watch something else. Like, fights can end in an instant, so I didn't think it was really fair to not give it my full attention, and so I've just had to stick with UFC, which is no chore. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden says, call me the predictions king. Wow, I call Sean Reset the predictions king, and I also call Monica king. Right, here we go. Video package for Uriah Hall and Anderson Silva. Dave says, whoever I've picked, the other guy is winning. Are we clear? Anadors, shout out to you, my friend. Do what you got to do. I completely understand. Moises, by submission, is plus 600 at the odds. I'm leaning to green. to be honest. I know I said I wouldn't preview that fight, but I'm leaning to Green. Green is coming in at -300. Moises at +230. He is a dog, a live dog on this. There's no denying that. He's a high-level jiu-jitsu black belt, Thiago Moises. But I like Green. I think he's got really good boxing combos. I think he can keep it on the feet. More importantly, he's got good takedown defense. And I think that he could keep this standing. I think he could keep this standing and get the win. So that would be a real gamble. That would be a real gamble. Sean, the numbers don't lie, Sean. The numbers do not lie. Match of the James says, I met Ryan Giggs. That's wow, that's very cool. Where can I find your predictions? Yeah, they're not on screen, are they? My predictions are Green, Holland, Hardy. I've took a gamble on Fili. That's a gamble. I'm going to tell you right now, of all my picks for the main card, that's the one I feel least happy with, okay? But I feel all right with Green, Holland, Hardy, Fili, Uriah Hall. So, yeah, Green, Holland, Hardy, Fili, Uriah Hall. Those are my main card picks. So, 14 minutes. We're going over to Karen Bryant. Rashad Evans as well is over there, and they're going to recap what we've seen so far as we wrap up the prelims, and then obviously we'll go over to the main card. 5 fights on the main card. I would say the most exciting fight is going to be that Bryce Mitchell-Andre Fili in the featherweight division. And then, of course, the emotion of Uriah Hall against Anderson Silva. I've made bank on rounds, says William Hensey. Ridge Holland, Jeff Hardy are my picks tonight. Never vote against the Hardy boy. Bork says Man United sucks. It's hard not to disagree at the moment. Yeah, Match of the James. Where did you meet Ryan Giggs? Just out of interest. That's really cool. That's very, very cool. One of my favourite players ever. And they're in action tomorrow, actually, Man U. Playing Arsenal. Should be good. Where can I donate to you? $1,000, says Socio Hack AC. I don't think we're set up to accept donations of that scale. I can only accept them if they are in penny sweets. If you can find a way of sending me $1,000 worth of penny sweets, then I will consider accepting it. But if it's in dirty cash, then I don't want it. All right? I don't need that hassle in my life. But if it's going to be in penny sweets, then... if it's in, like, $1,000 worth of strawberry bonbons, then we can talk. Right, we're going back to the studio. It's not soccer, it's football. Max and the James says in Manchester earlier in the hotel that he owns. Very cool. Days, please can your mob beat the beep tomorrow? Please, please, please. Thank you. I think we're in all right place. I mean, I'll tell you what, we'll give it a good go. We'll give it a good go. Days lies. Days will take a Murphy Tuck video. That is true. That is true. Do you want $1,000 worth of hookers? No, I've already got that. And I just honestly wouldn't know where to put them. So I'll take the candy. You guys just don't know tactics, says Chalmers. Oh! Aditya, shout out to you. Adrian says, what channel are you seeing the fight? I'm watching it on BT Sport 1. I don't know where it is wherever you are. If you're in the UK, it's on BT Sport 1. But is it ESPN or ESPN Plus in the US? Do you know what's funny? The hotel is called Hotel Football. Ugh, what a horrible name. And the class of 92 own it. You also get a view of Old Trafford from your room. Ah, that's cool. Oh, right, so it's right next to the ground. Hotel Football? That sucks. I mean, like, you can... I know footballers aren't, like, the sharpest pencils in the pencil case. But it's like, we bought a hotel. What shall we call it? Well, we played football. How about Hotel Football? They could have come up with something so creative. We've got a hotel and we play football. Let's call it Hotel Football. Okay, well, have you got anything else? Have you got a plan B? Have you got a different name you could go with? No. Okay, well, I'll get them to start making the signs then for Hotel Football. I can't believe they've called it that. Hotel MMA, says LQ. Yeah. That would be if, like, an MMA fighter opens a hotel with a Hotel Fighting. Welcome to Hotel Fighting. That sounds better, though. Hotel Fighting sounds better than Hotel Football. Days has been in that hotel with a selection of hookers. I do not hang out with rugby players. I don't know where this rumour has come from. But, no, I don't even watch that much rugby. Hotel wrestling days. Well, I'd like to think I'd come up with a more creative name. Hotel days. I'd drop the wrestling. You wouldn't see that coming, would you? Hotel with a view of Old Trafford. No wonder it's the theatre of dreams, says Dave in real life. Not the past few years. It's been the theatre of nightmares. It's soccer to us in Russia, says Bort Flazer. Wrestling is better than boring soccer/football, says Austin316. We need Mrs. Days. Evan says, when the COVID is over, I want to go to Queen Island to see the UFC Island where they've had the events. I don't think it's set up for fans, though, is it? I don't think you'd be able to go to the Flash Forum. It's only a temporary place. I think they'll just pull it all down. Right, they're still talking. How long we got? We got 7 minutes. What time does the fight card? We're 7 minutes away. 7 minutes away from going to the main card. They're just previewing some of the fights that we've got coming up. We're not just talking rubbish for the sake of it. There's literally nothing going on. It's because that last fight ended in a first round knockout. Silva, Hall, not gonna leave round 1, says Man Bum. Austin is disowning people. There's people getting very upset about you lot calling it soccer instead of football. So can we just compromise and call it soccer ball? Yeah? How about that? Soccer ball. We all like soccer ball. I love the soccer ball. You love the soccer ball. Hotel soccer ball? Why didn't they call it that? That would have catered to everyone. Idiots. Welcome to Hotel Soccer Ball. The Celtic 1888 says, who's your predicted relegation candidates? Mine is Sheffield, West Brom, Fulham. Hard to disagree. I feel that Burnley might be around there.
They donated €5.49 via a super chat. Who's your predicted relegation candidates? Mine is Sheffield, West Brom, and Fulham.
I think Fulham are down. I'd like West Brom to survive. I'd like Sheffield to survive. I think Sheffield have been great these past few seasons. West Brom, I've got a soft spot for West Brom because I don't like Aston Villa. I really don't like Aston Villa. So I like Birmingham City and I like West Brom, but of the Midlands teams, I'd say Villa's my least favourite. So yeah, I'd like West Brom to stay up. I'd like Sheffield to stay up. Fulham are down. But I think you could be right. I think it could be those three that go. But I think Burnley are going to struggle, I think, over the season. Trying to think who else is down towards the bottom end of the table at the moment. It's been some weird results. I mean, like, the table's really strange. Like, I never expected Aston Villa to do as well as they are. But they've picked up quite a few wins, so... I know this is not what you come here for, but there's really not much else to discuss. We are literally watching people arrive at the Apex. I mean, what do you want me to do? Honestly, do you want me to say, right, we're just looking at Andre Fili walking in a corridor? I can give you that kind of commentary if that's what you're here for. Guys, he's just walked past a mop. He's just walked past a mop! And he's gone into a room. We've got some breaking news. Andre Fili has walked into a room. Very exciting stuff. Leeds will go down. Oh, I don't know. I think Leeds are quite exciting this year, aren't they? Who is winning? Not us. We are being made to wait. We're playing the waiting game. We got 5 more fights to go. 5 fights to go. It's not soccer. No, it's soccer ball. Football, not soccer. The clue is in the name. Says Dave in real life. Match of the James says, Villa are the best. What is it that you don't like about them? Is it their cockiness? No, what it was that when I grew up, there was like kids at school. That my friends, a lot of my friends, like, supported Birmingham City, and I don't know why, but a lot of, like, the bullies and a lot of the people which just weren't very cool, they thought they were cool, but they weren't cool, seemed to be Villa fans, and so since then, I've always just been like, don't like Villa. Don't know. I think sometimes it just comes down to who you know that supports the teams. So, like, a lot of my friends and a lot of my cousins supported Birmingham. So, plus also, my own family used to live quite close to the Birmingham ground. So, yeah, I don't know. I've always just had a soft spot for Birmingham. And just a lot of people that I've known that are unsavoury seem to support Villa. Now, I'm not saying all Villa fans are unsavoury, but I would be prepared to actually say that as well. Every single Villa fan, just an awful person. So if you are watching this and you are a Villa fan, shame on you. Yeah, I think it just comes from that. Are you a Brummie? My family are, yeah. My family are all from Birmingham. That's where my parents were born and raised, in Birmingham. But we actually moved away from Birmingham, and they met, and then they moved to a little town called Stourbridge, which is about 20 minutes drive outside of it, and that's where I was born and raised, and ended up living there for like 23 years, so that's literally where I grew up. So, other than Man U, I do support Stourbridge Town, because that's my home, but their Rubbish. So, yeah, I do try to keep an eye out on their results. Which reminds me, actually, I still need to get this season's shirt, but I do need to do that. And I wonder if I can order it online. Right, anyway. We are about to get going. We are about to go over to the show now. 5 fights to go. Seption says, when is Silva fighting? He will be fighting in a couple of hours. Imtiaz says, I'm going to go to Stourbridge and sneak and have a look at Daisy's old family home. I did a toy hunt in Stourbridge. There is a toy hunt on the channel that shows you around my hometown, which is one of my favourite ever videos. But I don't think it's like the most exciting toy hunt because there's not really that many toy shops from where I'm from. But for personal reasons, it's one of my favourite ever videos. I can't stand Chisora, but I love his music, says Anadors. Right, well, anyway, here we go. That is enough talking about soccer. That is enough of us talking about places that 99.9% of people on this stream have never even freaking heard of. We are very much focused now on the wonderful world of MMA. So we've got Green and Moises. Green is 27 wins and 10 defeats, minus 300. So he's coming in as a firm favourite, 34 years old. He's on a 3-fight win streak. He's got good boxing combos, good takedown defense, improving on his wrestling. Not a good idea for him to use that here, though. So even if he's been working on his wrestling, this isn't the fight for that. This is about him trying to keep this on the feet. He's got high output. He's got good cardio. He's got 8 wins, 5 defeats in the UFC. He is a top UFC fighter, and he's got good kickboxing skills. So Green has got 10 wins via decision, 8 wins via knockout, 9 wins via submission. And he's taking on Thiago Moises, who is pure jiu-jitsu. And he is not going to be a challenge for Green on the feet, but he is a high-level black belt. This obviously changes if it goes down to the ground. So this very much is kind of striker versus grappler. And I've got Bobby Green. 87% of people on Tapology have got Bobby Green as well. So that is going to be our next fight in the lightweight division. Bobby Green, minus 300. Thiago Moises, plus 230. So we are in store for something fun, hopefully, there. Hopefully we can get another knockout. 2 in a row so far, so hopefully this can be 3 in a row. Bobby Green has got 8 knockouts on his resume, 9 submission wins. So in total of his 27 wins, 17 are finishes. He's on a 3-fight win streak, as we said. So let's see what he can do. Days, I know that it's a random comment to put, but my in-ring wrestling name would be Jimmy Joe. What are your thoughts on that? I get told it sounds like a jobber name. It does sound like a jobber name. Makes you sound like the love child of Hillbilly Jim. Hillbilly Jim's love child of Jimmy Joe. Come here, Jimmy Joe. You'd have to come down to the ring with one of those jugs, and you'd be like, hoo, 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 hoo. That would be your entrance music. Hoo-wee, it's Jimmy Joe. Hoo, 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 hoo. Yeah, you should do it. Right, we're just seeing, again, highlights of Anderson Silva, some of those incredible finishes that he's had. And Uriah, Prime, Time, Hall. Look at that knee strike. Uriah Hall coming into this with bags of confidence since he changed gyms. It's football, not soccer, says just a guess that that's Wrestling Days fan. Well, not anymore. Now it's football, not soccer. Right, they're just running through the fights that we got coming up, but we should just be a couple of minutes away from our next fight. My nana, before passing, would always call me Jimmy Joe. It sounded like a funky nickname. I've always stuck by that name, but whatever you say. Dude, I've not said don't go with it. I've just said that it sounds like you're the love child of Hillbilly Jim, or maybe you could have been in the Godwins. That's all I've said. How has Jerry been doing in the UFC? Do you know what? I can't remember off the top of my head how... won his last one back in July. But I haven't heard anything since. It's football, not soccer, says it's football, not soccer. Isn't that what someone that thinks it's soccer would say, though? To get attention. So I feel like you mean it is soccer. Hotel Hillbilly Joe, says Match of the James. I love the fact that this is such a topic. I love the fact the chat is on fire about whether it's football or if it's soccer. Because thinking about it, you've got FIFA, the football game, which obviously stands for football is football again. So there we go. That's what FIFA stands for. So definitely they've gone with football. But then the other computer game is Pro Evolution Soccer. Do you know what I mean? So even the video game world can't decide. When is this match starting, says Kelly. I don't know. They're making us wait, Kelly. Let me tell you. They are making us wait. So in a few minutes. Bork says it's called FIFA Soccer in Russia. Wow, that's just silly. I'll go on record as saying that's just silly. Hayden says it's football. It's football, not soccer, says it's football. Dave says, I've got FIFA 21. Okay, well, at least we've learnt that, Dave. Monica says, I'm going to hop in on this. Football! Football, it's only America that it's soccer. Well, no, we've learnt in Russia as well. Shout out to KJ Carter. Trini says Americans are the only people that think football and think NFL. In the Caribbean, it's football. See Wrestling, shout out to you. Lockdown 2 is coming. I haven't started shaving since the first. Well, it's true. I've been prepared for this second lockdown. Could you imagine how angry I would have been if I'd had a shave? And then all of a sudden I'm getting locked away again. Unbelievable. So I knew I was right to not bother. I knew I was right to just let it, do you know what I mean, go Sami Zayn. Full on Sami Zayn. That's what I've gone for. But yeah, it's exciting news, isn't it? See Wrestling, said no one ever. So, but at least we knew it was coming. So, and it gives us more time whilst we're locked away to argue as to whether it's football or if it's soccer. And I think currently, if we look online at the quick little poll that I've put up, 99% of people say it's soccer. Only 1% of people think it's called football. That's interesting, isn't it? Heidi Garnes says, I have FIFA 21 and my dad calls it FIFA 21. You should get a new dad. Valentine says soccer is an insult to the European world. The European world? The European world that created football? Wow. The Celtic 1888 says, I'm celebrating my 21st birthday. Happy birthday to you, my friend. Happy birthday to the Celtic 1888.
1888 is a legend. They donated
You got called a legend?
49 cents via a super chat. Celebrating my 21st birthday.
Happy birthday, my friend. You should have added a yay me at the end, and then the woman would have said yay me. Or would have said birthday cake, birthday cake, birthday cake. Days, I can't believe you. You can't believe me. I believe in me. I'm here. This is a thing. This is an actual person. I understand. I understand if you're watching this, a lot of people would be like, I just can't believe this guy. Who would live their life that way? Well, you know what I mean? I have questioned that as well. But no, believe away. It's football, not soccer, says, I apologise. I've got it wrong. It's soccer, not football. That's big of you. That is very, very big of you. Shout out to you. Right, we are about to get underway with our first match on the main card. Bobby Green fighting out of the United States. It has been about half an hour. Look at all these people wishing you a happy birthday, Celtic 1888. That's nice, isn't it? Music is... I think that fight's on right now. The fact that the chat hasn't exploded with people giving a winner would imply that it's happening as we speak. So I don't think there's a winner yet. I would say this chat is more football. No, that's where you're wrong, Monica. You've actually miscounted. It's the vocal minority that makes it seem that way. Trini says, football shouldn't involve the use of hands. It's always football, never soccer over here. Okay, well, we can keep debating this till the cows come home. But we are actually going to turn our attention to MMA, the reason why we're here, my friends. Hayden says, concentrate on UFC, guys. Guys, concentrate on UFC. Austin says, look, whatever you call it, it's boring. Maybe they should call it that. Boring ball. Boring ball. Right, here we go. Keith Patterson is the ref for this one. Let's flip this over. Flippity flip. Bobby Green. Here we go, guys. Look, we got a fight. We've actually got a fight for us to focus on. Sandman882, shout out to you. Oh, there we go. Right. High kick coming in by Moises. See if I can get some stats on my phone. Moises in black. Bobby Green, not in green. I have no idea why he doesn't wear green. What's that about? It's in his name. If my name was like Daisy Polka Dots, I'd be wearing polka dots. His name's Bobby Green and he's in white. Okay, trying to move forward. You got Moises back against the cage. 22% accuracy for Moises. Bobby Green, 25%. Not much land in here. Nice low kick there by Green. Lunging forward, shot to the body. So Green back into the center. God, this is slow. This is slow. 1 minute 40 in, and so far 2 significant strikes each. Green, 18% accuracy. Moises, 13%. Moises lunging for a takedown, drives Bobby Green back against the side of the cage, picks him up. Oh, I thought he was going to walk him around the cage. We saw that earlier. If you are just joining us, we did see that earlier. We did see someone getting paraded around. It was an absolute highlight. Good takedown defense by Green. He's got a guillotine applied. So a guillotine on by Bobby Green. Up onto his feet. Knee strikes coming in by Green. Moises backs away. Goes for a low kick there. Green. Moises on the outside. Couple of strikes coming in. Kick to the body. Big right hand coming back by Moises. This fight waking up a little bit now. I mean, not much. It's 4 significant strikes to 2. Let's not lose our minds here. Moises has got an accuracy of 11%. 11%. I'm sitting here on a sofa with better accuracy than that. Nice front leg kick coming in by Green. And again, Green taking this first round, but Moises does have a takedown next to his name. Jennifer Lockhart, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Bort Flazer says, Roman Reigns calls it soccer. There we go. And he is the tribal chief. Nice strike to the body. Driving Moises back. Moises has shot up to 14% accuracy. We're at the dizzy heights of 18% accuracy now. Look at this. He is actually getting some shots through. Good little spell there for Moises. Green getting a lot of success with his leg kicks. He's managed to land 4 leg kicks, 6 to the head, 4 to the body, 4 to the legs. But is well ahead here at the moment. 14 significant strikes to 8. Nice strike to the body. We've got 50-odd seconds to go in round number 1. Swinging away. Nice. Whoa, that looked like a low blow. We've had no low blows tonight. No low blows. No eye pokes. It's been very, very disappointing on that front. Twenty-odd seconds to go here. Nice kick to the body again by Green. And we should be going to round 2. 18 to 10 for Green. 44% accuracy to 28. 1 takedown for Moises. Another kick there. And there we go. Right, let's change over these graphics. We're going to round number 2. That's a green round all day long. For me, anyway. No eye pokes. No eye pokes, no. Still plenty of time. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you join us. We're here every Saturday. I mean, we're here a lot more than that. But for UFC, we're here every Saturday. And we've got some very tasty events coming up. Has Kevin Holland fought? No, his fight is next. His fight is next. Peace-loving criminal. I'm leaning to Edwards. That feels like a real step up for Chimaev. But it's such an exciting fight. He's got to be up there for Fighter of the Year. Hamzat. He's got to be up there for Fighter of the Year. What an impression he's made. I want to see Hebus as well. Where's Amanda Hebus when she fighting next? I love that woman. Moises with a big throw. Big overhand, but whistles past. Green in the center. Ooh, high kick coming in there by Moises. Couple of strikes, loses his foot in. 10-9 Green, competitive round, but slight edge to him, says Rob. Ryan Frederick says 10-9 Green in a close first round. Live in play has got Moises as plus 145. I mean, in all fairness, he did come in as an underdog anyway. Green trying to grab a leg here. Oh, nice trip. Nice takedown by Green. That was cool. That was cool. So, nice takedown there by Green. Monica says, come on, Green. Green is ghetto, says peace-loving criminal. Down on the ground. He's looking for a heel hook. He's got a heel hook here. He's got to be careful about a knee bar. But heel hook by Moises. Yeah, he's desperately trying to get him off. Oh, this is not good. This is good work by Moises. I mean, the problem is that Moises is high-level jiu-jitsu. And it was a surprise when Green took it down. He's managed to break out. But, yeah, Moises probably shouldn't be looking for takedowns. It's nice to have a takedown in the column, but he just got himself into all kinds of trouble there. On the feet, Moises is going to destroy him. Down on the ground, he is in trouble. So, Moises back against the cage. Green can now start throwing in some shots. Hopefully that's a lesson learned. A win with a heel hook would make me scream with joy, says BOD Talks. Nice kick coming in. So, just under 2 minutes left of round number 2. Yeah, I got to think that Moises is probably edging this one. But Green is obviously dominating with the striking here. I mean, it is 16 significant strikes to 3. But Green was on the verge of getting finished there. 1 minute 30. Green, 18 strikes to the face, 16 strikes to the body, 11 kicks to the legs. And Green pinned up against the cage, spins Moises around. We're getting down to the final minute of round number 2. It's really hard. This is 25 strikes to 4. Striking wise here, just a clinic from Green. I think this is a difficult round to score, you know. Green striking is so much more impressive than Moises. There's only that one dramatic moment, but I'd be interested to know how you're scoring this. As soon as we get past this round, 20-odd seconds to go. Green in the centre. Moises moving forward, and he's getting some big shots through. Oh, another big hook shot there by Moises. And again. Right at the end of the round, I don't know how you score that round. I mean, striking-wise, Green absolutely dominated, but the one big significant moment Moises got, and then he delivered some big blows right at the end as well, but there's no denying that, like, volume-wise, I mean, it's like 30 to 10. 30 significant strikes to 10 in that round for Green. 1-1, says Becky Lynch Stam. 1-1 says Dom Rod. 2-0 Green, says Chalmers. 2-0 Green, says Richard. Monica says Green 2-0. Let's get that decision. I think it's hard to score. I think that's difficult. I could see an argument for both. The volume of Green versus the significant moments of Moises. Yeah, Mark says 2-0 or 1-1. Dave in real life lean into Moises. Yeah, I don't know, man. Walk with a swagger. Shout out to you, my friend. Right, here we go. We are back underway with round number 3. Let me change the graphics over on screen. So, Bobby Green's corner said we need this round. So, they certainly don't seem confident that they took that second. I don't know who got that second, to be honest. I think if I was a judge, I would give it Moises. I think Moises. I don't feel that Green almost won that second round. I think Moises almost did. Some nice strikes coming in by Green. He does throw some nice looking strikes, but there's no denying that Green is the better striker. He's been getting through. His accuracy is 47%. Moises 31. Nice kick to the body there by Moises. Low kick by Moises. Bobby Green with his arms down. Just really inviting Moises on. Goes for a few leg kicks. We've got 3.5 minutes on the clock. Nice low kick there by Moises. Bobby Green has got a history of not getting the nod from judges, even when he does well enough to win, says Anthony. It could be another example of that here. I mean, I do think that he deserves to win this fight. I mean, this round is quite close in all fairness. Right now, it's 8 significant strikes to 6 in this round. It's just gone to 10-6. And he's got a bit of blood coming down his face as well. He's getting caught with some shots here, Green. I feel like who wins the fight, it should be Green. But I do think it's quite close. But you never know. I mean, it could go to judges and it could be unanimous all 3 rounds for Green. You just never know. Less than half of this round left. Both guys standing and trading blows in the center of the octagon. 24-7. No. 14-7. Can't read this UFC website. 66-28 is total strikes. 1 takedown each. Green has got Moises up against the side of the cage, looking for a takedown, which I would think was risky. The last thing that Green needs to do right now is get Moises down onto the ground. But that is going to be registered as a takedown, which is good. (21-10). Moises has managed to get Green down now. Yeah, this is his world. He's got 1 minute 15 to find something here. That's 1 takedown each in round 3. Back elbow by Moises. He's going to go for a rear naked. Green is desperately trying to throw in some back elbows. He's got a minute here to survive. I'm currently giving him this 3rd round. He's gotta do something though. He's gotta cause some doubt in the minds of the judges. 30-odd seconds. He's still keeping Green grounded. He's desperately trying to get to the back. Big strike to the side of the head. Up on his feet, Green. Firing in a few shots. He's got to do more than that. Couple of jabs overhands. They're swinging away in the centre. I don't think this will be enough for Moises. I think this is going to be a win for Green. 9 seconds to go. Yeah, man, they're really swinging and going. Spinning back fists by Moises, who loses his footing. Nice end to that. Nice end to that fight. Not the most exciting fight I've seen, but nice end. And I'm expecting Bobby Green to be given the victory. I'm expecting it. We're going to have to wait and see if that's what happens, though. I might as well change these graphics over whilst we wait. It has gone to decision. I do not know much about this Kevin Holland fight because he is facing a last-minute replacement. And I don't know much about this this guy. This is the one fight that I couldn't get. I've got notes on Kevin Holland, but not much in the way of this replacement. Because this replacement, Ontiveros. You know Ontiveros. You know Ontiveros that lives up the road. Ontiveros making his UFC debut. Got a record of 11 wins and 6 defeats. Right, let's change this over to round number 1, and then we'll flip screens. Bosh. Right, we're about to find out the result of that one. As I said, I think they're going to give it to Green. Here we go. It's unanimous. 29-28. All 3 judges give it to Thiago Moises. Moises via decision. Controversial. That's controversial. We've seen worse. We've seen worse decisions than that, but nah, man. Like, Green took the first. I can understand them giving him the second, but what did Moises do in the third? What did Moises do in the third to take the third? That doesn't seem right at all. But he's won. So Moises goes onto our winner's row. So, I mean, look at that numbers. Green, 86 total strikes to 36. 77 significant strikes to 36. 2 takedowns to 2. And Moises wins. Like, there's not really much there that suggests that Moises should have won that. Don't get it. Don't know what they were watching. Perhaps they weren't. Perhaps they were watching the boxing. Perhaps, that's what's happened, isn't it? They've been watching the boxing, and then they've looked up and gone, didn't know we were into the third round. Has anyone been watching the fight? What should we do? Days, that is ball beep. Bobby always loses decisions. It's rough, innit? Even I said Moises would win, but he clearly lost, says Spicksback. Spick, spack. Well, there we go, look. You can see Bobby Green numbers and Thiago Moises numbers on screen. You can see the winners scrolling along the bottom. You can see what our next fight is going to be as well. So, Kevin Holland, I can tell you, is a precision striker. Big reach advantage here. He's got good kicks from distance. He's got good Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Kung Fu style fighter. 3 straight wins. Good all-rounder. He has won 4 of his last 5. He's won 19 and lost 5. Of those 19, I think he's got like 5 decisions, 8 knockouts, 6 submissions. So he's got a nice variety as to how he's got his wins. Few subs, few KOs, few decisions, 19 wins, 5 defeats. I don't have bookie odds for this one because this is a last-minute replacement. Ontiveros coming in, making his UFC debut. He's won his last 2 fights by KO and technical knockout, and he's won 3 of his last 5. They're just showing us as well UFC 255, which is going to be Figueiredo against Perez. Should be awesome. That is UFC Flyweight Championship on the line. And we've got Shevchenko taking on Jennifer Mayer. That is, so we've got 2 title fights on that card. And that is in about 20 odd days. About 3 weeks. Probably 3 weeks tonight, actually. 3 weeks tonight. So that'll be fun. Back-to-back wins by first round knockout for Charlie Ontiveros. Right, let's change over this. What's his nickname? The American Bad Boy. That's his nickname. Taking on the Trailblazer. So we've got, guys, the American Bad Boy. Not James Dean. It's Charles Ontiveros, the American Bad Boy. I wonder what he did to get that name. I wonder what bad things he's done. Pushed like an old person over or something. I've got Holland via decision. BOD says, a man just got robbed. His name is Bobby Green. If my pick was wrong, but I got the round correct, do I still get a point for the correct round? Yes. Yeah, so if you get the right round, you get a point. If you get the right fighter, you get a point. If you get both, you get 2. If you get neither, you get none. Right, here we go. Middleweight. As I said, I don't know much about this guy. He looks like Sideshow Bob. He looks like he's wearing one of those Khabib hats, but it's actually just his hair. He looks like a white Don King. Both men's and women's flyweight championships are going to be on the line at UFC 255. Yep. Monica says, all our streaks are broken. And our hearts as well, Monica. I think we will all seemingly do great because I'm on 5 points. Jose says his height is 0-0. He's quite short, isn't he? Yeah, he is quite short. The American Bad Boy is absolutely tiny. Hayden, shout out to you. Holland to win in the first round. Well, we are just going to commercial break. I think we are now about 100 subs away. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, we're about 100 away. And then we will be at 212,000. So shout out to everyone that has subscribed and joined us tonight. As we said, we're here every single week. So shout out to everyone that's done that. And everyone that's joining us as well. Really do appreciate the support. We've got 4 fights left. Of course, we are getting ever closer towards our main event tonight. Well, the co-main event probably has got just as much interest. I think Mitchell against Fili has got a lot of people excited. So we've got that coming up. And, of course, we are getting ever closer towards that emotional main event. Uriah Hall taking on Anderson Silva in the middleweight division. Wrestling Days fan, shout out to you. Can you buy one of those Khabib hat things? I've always wanted one. Yeah. Definitely. Of course you can. People know that he's made them super popular around the world, so yes. You can definitely get one. Trini, shout out to you, my friend. Tim says, I legit fell asleep during that last fight. Well, I'm sure the decision will have woken you up because there was a robbery. But, yeah, it was at times a little bit dull. Hall with the win. I think this is unfair because Holland is a country. You're right. I'm watching Chisora. Usyk Chisora just throwing haymakers and not landing Usyk up on scorecards in round 9. I never expected it to go that far. Never expected it to go into round 9. I thought this was going to be a stoppage. I thought Chisora would lose by the time we got to round 7. So he's doing much better than I thought. Most of the Khabib hats look ugly. They are not the same as the one that he wears. Well, I didn't realise there was a whole market out there, a black market for Khabib hats. I'm surprised the UFC don't sell one. Do they not have one on their shop? Kevin Holland on a 3-fight win streak. Most clinch strikes in UFC middleweight fight, 149. Second highest striking accuracy. There we go. There's Sideshow Bob. Oh, look at him. Did you see the look he just gave then? The way he just looked, he's like shaking his hand like this. Gave like a skull down the camera. He is such a bad boy. He is such a bad boy. That is bad boy hair. He's got some bad boy hair. Even on his picture there, he's giving like a dirty look. Can we just get a picture? Okay, thank you. I mean, in fairness, none of them smile. If I was going to have my picture, I'd be like... Right, Bruce Buffer. What time is Hall going against Silva? In around about an hour and a half. Something like that. When will the predictions results come out? Well, I guarantee them before Raw. But I'm going to try and do them tonight. Right, here we go. The American bad boy. Taking on Holland, who's just walking back and forth, singing. He's coming in at minus 800. What? Minus 800. This is like mad odds. I think that technically means he's already won. Sideshow Bob does not stand a chance. That's what I've just learned. Kevin Holland, minus 800. Kevin Holland can be the first person to get 4 victories in 2020. Big strikes. Sideshow Bob just put him down, though. Big swing and a miss by Holland. Oh, nice kicks here by Sideshow. Tell you what, Holland, I don't know if he's took this... Oh, big strike down the middle. He's got Ontiveros down. Ontiveros trying to get a guillotine. Few strikes coming in. Yeah, he's got a guillotine, but it's only one hand. I mean, it's not tight. But a takedown. This fight's going to be fun, man. This fight's going to be fun. Holland seems to just not be... seems to be in a bit of a playful mood. Doesn't seem to be taking Ontiveros too seriously. Ontiveros, last-minute replacement, making his UFC debut, is going to try and take this opportunity. Holland coming in at minus 800. He's taken this so far, this round, his 4 strikes to 2. Managed to get that takedown. Ontiveros' hair looks cool, says BOD Talks. Yeah, Ontiveros on his back. Holland on top. Strikes to the body coming in by Holland. Ontiveros trying to get up off the mat. Celtic 1888. Someone in Ireland just found a male tarantula in their bananas. Breaking news.
€5.49 via a super chat. Someone in Ireland found a male tarantula in their packet of bananas. Vomiting face. Vomiting face.
Wow, it's always good to get a freebie. Ontiveros on his back with Holland on top. Holland getting loads of control time. It's a shame because this fight was really exciting when it was standing. Now it's gone down to the mat and now it's there's not really any progress being made. But Ontiveros fighting his way back up. And Holland just takes him right back down again. A tap? Out of what? He's won? Holland has won and I don't know why. I don't know what's happening, but there's something serious here. I don't know what it is, but Ontiveros. What is this? How does it end? Drags him down. Can't see. No one knows what's happened. No one knows. Bisping says it might be a clash of heads, but it's just a takedown. I mean, there's no submission hold. He didn't. He's still down. Oh, Adesanya's there. I didn't know Israel was there. Ah, Israel. Israel Adesanya sat at... Right, here we go. I still don't know. I don't know what's happened. Maybe a rib. Right, well, Kevin Holland's won. That's the breaking news. But there's, I mean, concern for Ontiveros. I'd like to know that he's all right. I mean, you don't want anything bad happening to any fighters. Green versus Hardy is going to be our next one. Let's try and... Right. The voiceover woman is quiet. Wow, she's probably concerned. Probably concerned for Ontiveros. Let's flip this back over. So we can add Holland into this. I can't tell you what's happened because I don't know. And we've seen several replays and still no one seems to know. He's still down. Holland doesn't seem concerned. It makes him seem like such a... I mean, I know he's a fighter and whatever, but he's talking trash to Adesanya, and I don't think he's quite reading the situation very well, to be honest. I mean, they've said it's a verbal submission, but yeah, I mean, there seems to be concern here. He's being... Ontiveros is having to be stretchered out. He basically grabbed him. He took him down. And the ref just jumped in and said, right, we're done. I mean, they're talking about potentially a clash of heads. Ontiveros is still down. He's going to be stretchered out. Why don't they speak to the ref? They do hit the ground hard. It's very strange. I hope it's not too serious, says Monica, yes. So they're speculating it could be a shoulder injury or a pinched nerve in the neck or... Holland says he wants to fight someone with a name. So Kevin Holland says, I really want to fight someone that's got a name. His neck. Kevin Holland says that he was complaining it was something about his neck. So 10 first round finishes for Kevin Holland. Uh, 5-3 says Wrestling Days fan. Is this the main event? No, we're still a few fights away. We've got 3 fights left, that's all. Holland is giving lip to Izzy. What a silly little boy. Well, I mean, he did just say, I know I've got some ways to go. So I don't think he's saying that he's not, you know, doing anything too silly. But fair play. I mean, you know what I mean? You're not going to... If he doesn't respect him, then fair play. Say something. He said it was his neck, yeah. Around the collarbone area. Pulled muscle, we don't know. Don't know. We'll have to... I'm sure we'll get an update after. I hope that guy is all right. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of taken a little bit of fun out of it, a little bit. You know, you never want to see that. It's always good to have a laugh and a joke, and do you know what I mean? Like, because both fighters walk out. But, I mean, that guy's just been stretchered out. And just kind of leaves you thinking, like, I hope he's all right. And what, with his neck as well. If it was his shoulder and it was a dislocated shoulder or something, you'd feel a bit better about it. But you've got to be so careful with your neck. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. The prelims are crazy. Jojo says prayers and best wishes to Charlie Ontiveros. Yeah, well said. Well said. Okay, let's change this graphic over to the next one, which is going to be Green against Hardy. Boom. It was his neck. Well, I mean, we don't know that. I don't want to say anything. It's clearly a broken neck. Again, don't want to say that because we don't know that. This injury is terrible, says The Rock. Okay, here we go. Stretch it out. Neck. Yeah. So he's still got feelings in his hands, in his feet, in his fingers, in his toes. So he's got feeling throughout his whole body, which is obviously a really positive sign. Credit to the UFC for doing that, because we needed that update. The way Holland took him down, Ontiveros' neck looked twisted. Ontiveros is going to face some tough time. Yeah, good that they gave us that update. And we'll have to just, see what they say after the event, or if there's any update during the show or anything. Right, next fight. Maurice Green against Greg Hardy. This is in the heavyweight division. I've got Hardy winning this. He is coming in as a firm favourite, minus 300. Maurice Green plus 240. Green has got the reach advantage, little bit more experience, but he isn't great under pressure. He's got a record of 4 wins and 2 defeats in the UFC. He's a decent striker. He's got jiu-jitsu, good kicks, but as the fight goes on, his effectiveness diminishes. Like, he's really good in the first round, but as the fight goes on, I don't know if it's cardio. I don't know what it is, or if it's just application, or if he just gets worked out. But there's a few question marks around his chin, and honestly, the longer the fight goes, the more it favours Greg Hardy. Greg Hardy has got 6 wins, 2 defeats. He's got 5 knockouts out of those 6 wins. He relies on his jab. He's got cardio issues. So again, as the fight goes on, there might be some question marks around Greg Hardy, but I think he's got the power. I think he's very athletic. I think that he can still apply himself as this continues. So, yeah, I very much am leaning towards Greg Hardy on this one. As you said, Green plus 240. Greg Hardy minus 300. So I'm leaning to Greg Hardy. Looked like Holland's forearm was behind the guy's neck when they hit the mat. It was probably quite painful. When are you doing more toy hunts? I don't know. The UK is just going into lockdown again, so 2020 is pretty awful. Greg Hardy is Team Extreme, says Dave in real life. I've got Hardy by decision. Yeah, I've got Hardy, but I don't feel great about, like, didn't someone say he's coming in over the heavyweight limit? Like, I think he's coming in like too heavy. So my thoughts are still very much with what we've just seen, to be honest. But at least that's good news that he is he can feel his in his fingers and toes and everything. Try and get back to the chat. Right, I've got Hardy in the second round, says Monica. Hardy is coming in a bit heavy, says William Hensey. Days, I chose Hardy, but I don't like him as a person, says Sean Reset. That's fine. This isn't about if you like them or not. It's about whether they can get the job done. Spixback says Hardy is a super heavyweight. Days, the judges scored the fight. It went all 12. Who saw that come in? Unanimous. Usyk wins. Okay. Well, still... Okay, cool. Still went the way that... thank you, Anna. Appreciate it. Still went the way that we thought, but... Well done to Chisora.
Super chat. Days. Judges scored fight. Yes, it went all 12. Who saw that coming? Unanimous. Usyk wins.
Yeah. That's good. I didn't see that at all. Right, we're going back. Green versus Hardy. Halloween. It's been quite the Halloween, hasn't it, for Charles Ontiveros? We've got a legend in the building, a legend in a white suit. Anderson Silva. He looks cool, doesn't he? Takes a special kind of a guy to wear a white suit with a pink shirt. And I'm not telling Anderson Silva he shouldn't be wearing that. He looked good in it. So, main event getting closer. We've got 3 fights left. Maurice Green against Greg Hardy in the heavyweight division. After that, we've got Bryce Mitchell against Andre Fili, which should be a lot of fun. And then Uriah Hall against Anderson Silva. Who are you betting on? I am betting on Greg Hardy. Sonny Wolf, shout out to you. Spickback said, I was waiting all this time because I thought Silva and Hall will be streamed with a mirror. Days, it's a Blue Moon Halloween. Let's go Mitchell, says Rajwan. What time is the Spider fight in? Asks Full-Time Jambo. He will be fighting in probably just over an hour, about an hour and 15. What did Holland say? He said that he was told it was a problem with his neck, but he didn't really say anything other than that. He just said he wanted to fight someone with a name, so he didn't seem that bothered. He didn't seem that concerned, did he, Holland? Very much just focused on himself. Yuri Butler, shout out to you, my friend. We've just had the video package for Green and Hardy. So we should be going over to the fight as soon as we go back. We're already just over an hour into this main show. I think we've been streaming for just over 4 hours now. It does go so fast. It does go so fast. It's absolutely flown by. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're joining us. We're here every single weekend every single weekend for the UFC. And as we said, we've got some big UFC shows coming up. But of course, later tonight, we've still got that massive main event not too far away. Could be just over an hour away, about an hour or so. Uriah Hall against a departing legend, one of the all-time greats. We've been running through those numbers, but we can repeat them for those that are just joining us. Anderson Silva, 2,457 days he held that championship for. Longest title reign. 19 main events, that's the most in UFC history. 16 consecutive wins, that's the most in UFC history. 14 finishes, that is the third most in UFC history. He is tied first with 11 knockouts in UFC history. He's had 11 title fight wins, and he's had 8 consecutive finishes. Like, the numbers are incredible. 34 wins and 10 defeats, which is mind-blowing when you think that he's only won once since 2012. So if you was to take the last 8 years away, I actually don't know what his record was 8 years ago. But right now it's 34 wins, 10 defeats. And he's won once in 8 years. So this is what I'm saying. I think like in the last 5, he's won 1, lost 4. So he's just one of the GOATs. Absolutely one of the GOATs. Very, very important fighter. I think if you're going to talk about the history of the UFC, you include Anderson Silva. Like, he is absolutely a part of the history of the UFC. So, yeah, we'll be saying goodbye to a legend tonight. No denying that. Holland wants to fight someone with a name as opposed to what, says Matthew. Okay, we're going back. Are the guys inside the octagon? I would hope so. Okay, here's Maurice Green. Back-to-back submission wins. One of 2 heavyweights. Oh, I didn't see the rest of it. That's going to be competing in this fight. Hardy's already inside the octagon. Hardy apparently coming in at 264.5. So someone said that he weighed and he came in over. But I think they re-weighed him a little later and he came in under. But yeah, he's coming in at 14.5 pounds heavier than Green. Fighting! Greg Hardy, minus 330. 6'5". Okay, about to get going on this one. Hardy is a big boy. Yeah, let me know who you've got in this one. Look at Green, though. Green is 6'7". He's actually taller than Hardy. He's taller than Hardy, but he's coming in like 14.5 pounds lighter. Okay, Herb Dean is the ref for this one. He would have been the first heavyweight to have missed weight in the UFC. I think that'd be cool. I'd want that on my record. The first heavyweight to be too heavy for heavyweight. He is big. Bisping saying he was around 285 earlier in the week. Grabs the leg of Green. Has Green down. That's a single leg. Hammer fists coming in by Hardy. Hardy is hammer fisting away, and I tell you what, if you've got Hardy with his 264.5-pound frame throwing bombs down on your face, then you are definitely not having a happy Halloween. So he couldn't get the finish though. He's not been able to put him away. But excellent work this by Hardy. 1 minute into the fight, and he is definitely ahead here. 14 strikes to 2. He's obviously got the takedown now. He's on top of Green. Hardy in blue. Green in green, and you do love to see that. And he is on top of him. So he's getting lots of control time. He's got the takedown. He's had 14 strikes compared to 2. So, excellent work this. Excellent work by Hardy. And hard to see what he's going to go for here. Don't know if he's just going to eat and get some control time, or a bit of ground and pound, or Herb Dean coming in. They're both just down at the moment. Not much progress being made here. Yeah, he's doing a good job, Green. He's holding Hardy close so that he really can't get anything off. But a big forearm strike by Hardy. That was a big elbow. That was huge. That was huge. And Green again just holding him close. We're halfway through the first round. Halfway through the first round. Big shot coming down. And he gets up to his feet. Green is allowed to get up to his feet as well. So both guys are standing again. It's been an excellent start to this round for Hardy. But now he finds himself back on his feet with Green. WWE Inside Access Wrestling. Shout out for you. Green struggling a little bit here to find a way through. Hardy is a beast, says John Mills. Hardy with a phenomenal forearm, says BOD Talks. Nice kick to the body there by Hardy. High kick coming back by Green. Hardy moving forward. Big strike to the body. 1 minute 20 odd on the clock. And this, of course, a Hardy round. Come on, Hardy. Where's your twist of faith? Nice leg kick coming in by Hardy. And again. Heavy leg kicks there. Kind of took Green's leg away. Green seems very uncomfortable. Doesn't quite seem to know what to do. Leg kick coming in by Hardy again. 25 significant strikes to 4. Both in the center. We got just over 30 seconds to go. Nice left-hand jab. Kicks coming in. Nice left-hand jab. Nice left-hand shot. Nice right hand to the body by Hardy. 10 seconds to go. It's a really dull fight. This bit's quite dull. The end of this round's dull. There we go. End of the round. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the heavyweights, you never quite know what you're going to get. Nice start to this one, though. Had a few fireworks at the start and thought that we were going to get a nice early finish. Didn't go that way. They both got stood back up and wasn't really much to it at that point. But no denying that that is a Hardy round. 29 strikes to 8. 27 significant to 8. The takedown, the control time. It's all good stuff by Hardy. 55% accuracy for Hardy. 33% accuracy for Green. Anadors, shout out to you, my friend. Done it again, says Anderson, Goat, Spider, Silva. That is a lot of animals. Right. We're about to get going on round number 2. Props to Chisora. Yeah, it seems like he did well. Took him the limit. Keep your fingers out of his eyes. So, Hardy had fingers close to the eyes of Maurice Green. And Herb Dean just having a word. Okay, we are standing still on this. 40-odd seconds gone. We've got 30 significant strikes to 10. And Hardy and Green in the centre. High kick coming in by Green, who backs away a little bit. Nice left-hand jab, but he gets dropped! There we go, Hardy! Puts Green down! Hammer fisting away! Hardy on top, big shots coming in! Trying to get the finish round the back! Big strikes to the side of the head! Hammer fisting away! And Herb Dean calls it off! Hardy gets the win! Boom! He doesn't like the stoppage. Maurice Green doesn't like that stoppage. Maurice Green says, I was moving, I was still competing. UFC 255, Herb Dean versus Maurice Green. Let's get it booked. Let's get it booked. Look at that. Left hand. Snaps his head back. Down he goes. Hardy is right there. I mean, was you competing? Was you? I was moving. I was still competing. I don't know if moving means you're competing. I mean, it's not a good look, is it? Yeah, I mean, like, at one point he was like... Yeah, I agree with Bisping. Bisping says, I can see what you mean. There's a bit there where he's getting up to his knees, but then he actually gets hit back down again. So he gets knocked down, he gets to his knees, he gets put down again, and at that point the ref goes, yeah, I'm going to stop this. But Maurice Green didn't like it. There we go. Hardy, second round. It was a perfect pick, baby. Very good. Well, there we go. Round 2, win for Hardy. 2 fights left. And this next fight should be very, very interesting. Mitchell versus Fili. Mitchell versus Fili. This is going to be a very fun fight. Very fun fight. Anderson gave up his career when he walked away from Bisping when he KO'd him in the 3rd and let him alive. Right, let's change that over. Let's add Hardy to our ticker. Change over this graphic as well. Look at the size, man. Look at the size of him compared to Herb. Herb standing in between them. Looks like a child. Greg Hardy, winner by TKO in round 2. So, first stoppage win for him outside of the first round. Yeah, he is. He is still taking some heavy breaths, in all fairness. Seems knackered, Hardy. Right, there we go. How are you watching the fights on BT Sport? Greg Hardy has got nasty power. I mean, the thing is, there's no crazy rush. He's taking his time to get over to the interview area, but because that's just stopped in the second round, he's got plenty of time. So we're probably going to have to wait about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes till our next fight. But our next fight is going to be worth waiting for. This is in the featherweight division. And number 15 in the rankings, Bryce Mitchell, taking on just outside the rankings, Andre Fili. Now, I was listening to Dana talking about this fight, and he says this is a really important fight, this next one. Because if Bryce Mitchell wins, he will be looking to get into that top 10. And all of a sudden then, he is facing some decent names in that featherweight division. So that's big for Bryce Mitchell, who's only 26 years old. So he's ranked 15th. If he wins here, he could get into the top 10, or would be close to getting into that top 10. His next opponent would be a top 10 opponent at the age of 26. He's taken on Andre Fili, who is just outside the rankings. Just outside the rankings. He needs to get a win here to get a number next to his name. So both guys have got something that they're definitely fighting for. This isn't like two prospects or UFC debuts or anything like that. There is actually something at stake here. So Bryce Mitchell, 13 wins, 1 defeat, and he is 4-0 in the UFC. He is going to want to take the fight down to the ground. He times his takedowns really well. He's really good with his takedowns. He's got incredible submissions. He's only one of 2 fighters to ever win with a twister submission. And he's got great jiu-jitsu. He likes to switch his stances. His striking is okay, but it's really just used to set up a takedown. And he is quite explosive. So there's a lot to like about Bryce Mitchell. He is coming in at minus 160. He is coming in as a firm favourite. He is taking on Andre Fili. Andre Fili has won 3 of his last 5. He's going to have a 4-inch reach advantage. And he is much better on the feet. He is not going to want to be taken down. So much better on the feet. He's a dangerous fighter. He only ever competes against top high-level opponents. Great striker. Can lack a bit of urgency when he gets taken down. Like, he doesn't tend to put too much effort or work into trying to get back up. And sometimes he can get into some really bad positions as a result. Really bad situations. He's got a good front kick. Good jab at range. He's had 9 wins via decision. 9 wins via knockout. And 3 wins via submission. So you got Bryce Mitchell, who's better on the ground. He's got 9 submission wins to his name against Andre Fili, who's better on the feet, and he's got 9 knockouts to his name. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Andre Fili coming in at plus 140. Bryce Mitchell coming in at minus 160. I've gone with Fili. The reason I've gone with Fili is he's better on the feet, and you always start on the feet. I just think that, Mitchell has got to get Fili down, whereas Fili is already standing. So I always lean towards the striker versus grappler thing. I always lean towards striker. You always start on the feet. It always depends on what the takedown defense is like. And I think Fili's is okay. So I'm leaning to him on that. As well as that, he's got the reach advantage. And as well as that, is not on a bad little run as well. He's won 3 of his last 5. And yeah, I just think that he's going to have a little bit too much here. So I've gone with Fili. I can understand if people have gone with Mitchell. Of every single fight on this is the one that I struggled the most with. This is the one that I really struggled to get a read on. So if you've gone with Mitchell, I completely understand. He is the favourite. I do always like to try and find a dog. I do always like to try and find an underdog. And this is the one I've gone for. I don't feel great about it. Close is what I'm going to say. Very, very close fight. And as a result, I've gone with the dog. So, let me know who you have gone for in this co-main event. We're probably about 5 minutes away from it. BOD Talk says Fili is underrated. Trey says the pandemic has had a lot of upsets. Xander, shout out to you. BOD says that twister was legendary. It was. It's a great little finish, that twister. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely go onto YouTube and check it out. Monica says, I've got Mitchell via decision. Well, they're just showing us next week's fight night. Santos against Tajira. So that's going to be awesome. Santos, ranked number 1 in the light heavyweight division, taking on Glover Tajira, who is ranked number 3. Number 1 versus number 3 in the light heavyweight division next weekend. So that is going to be a lot of fun and very significant. So next weekend's looking good. Fili, first round TKO. There's Mitchell with his camo shorts. Yeah, the camo shorts are here. After every fight is demanded camo shorts. It's a big deal to me. They're not just shorts. I love this. I do love the fact that he cares that much about the shorts. I love it. I wish other fighters cared that much about the little details. The only thing I asked for after that fight was... I figured they would never give me the shorts. I love it. He says, I saw Dana and I went over and I shouted at him that I wanted camo shorts, and Dana shouted back, you can have whatever shorts you want. It's a big moment. It's a big arrival, this is, for the camo shorts. Big debut coming up, guys. Big debut. Where were you when the camo shorts debuted? That's the question. I miss when they had their own shorts. Well, there we go. There was only one thing that he wanted. It's the only thing he wanted, and he's got it. So there we go. Mitchell will be in camo shorts. Are they going to be his lucky camo shorts? Or will he now lose? Will he now lose tonight in his camo shorts? Forget titles or big bucks. All I want is camo shorts. Yeah. It is cool. I think they're selling them on the shop now. Because it was such a big deal. I wish someone cared about me as much as he cares about his shirt. Not shirts. You see, Monica, this is why no one cares. This is why. Because you don't pay attention to the details. It's not a camo shirt. Camo shorts. Camo shorts. There's a whole story in that comment right there. I've got Bryce for plus 20. BOD says, do you remember Tito's flame shorts? Those were awesome. Those were awesome. Those were awesome. Right, we are just at commercial break. Do you think they will do individual shorts when they switch to Venom next year? Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I suppose, I think you've got to earn it. I think if you're a ranked fighter, you're allowed to do what you want. But if you're not in the top 15, then show some respect. That's what I would say. If I was Dana, I'd be like, no, you have to wear some shorts out of the box that we've got. You know, like when you forget your kit and you're at school and they've got a box of just random clothes. So, yeah, if you've got physical education, then you've got to wear something out of this box. But if you get into the top 15, then you're allowed to wear whatever you want. That's it. I'd bring that in. All of a sudden, that's how do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, every pay-per-view, 5 million buys for that one idea. Spixback says, she was talking about shirts whilst we were talking about shorts. I know. Some people, they just don't pay attention. Anderson's Bumblebee shorts are the best, says Done It Again. Do you think Silva will retire if he loses? I don't know if he'll retire. I think he just loves the buzz. I just don't think that he can... I don't think that he can give up fighting, to be honest. Jones's old shorts are the best. Chuck's were awesome. We're just seeing the video package now for our co-main event. Literally, the world is waiting for these camo shorts. That's what the world's waiting for. Monica says that she did mean shorts. But it is hard to know if that's true. I feel sorry for the fighter. If the box was empty, he would then have to fight in his underwear. Or worse. I think win or lose, he's going to retire, says King Kush. Steve says, I've got a feeling that Silva's going to win. Trini says, is it weird that Shorty G spoiled the word short for me? No, I understand. Anderson with a front kick to the face. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Bring back some memories. BOD Talk says, I always love the Liddell Ortiz fights because the short game on display was in full force. Right, we're just seeing the video package as we... 2 fights left, my friends. 2 fights left. We've got a really great fight coming up now. And then, of course, we were going to say goodbye to a legend. Not me. I'm not going anywhere. Anderson, the Spider, Silva. I think Silva should stay and the fans should retire. I love it. Yeah, shout out to you, David. That's exactly what should happen. That's exactly what should happen. We should retire. When do we get to go in the Hall of Fame? That's a good question, isn't it? I deserve to go into the Hall of Fame. So do you. We all deserve to go into the Hall of Fame, stupid UFC. Yeah, it is true. I've been watching for a while now. I deserve to retire. And I'm sure you lot do as well. So I think you're onto something there, David. I really do. Andrew, shout out to you. James says, it's been a great night of fights. It's just annoying. No eye pokes or low blows. I know. And what was annoying there was the fact that we almost got an eye poke. But stupid Herb Dean was like, said, didn't he speak to Greg Hardy in between rounds? And he said, you almost eye poked him. I'm watching you. Oh, could have let one go, couldn't you? You could have given us one. But yeah, it is always good when there's a satisfying low blow. You know, a real eye-watering one. I'd like one of them. In this next fight, I don't want Anderson... Oh, imagine that. Imagine Anderson Silva goes out with a low blow. Awful. Hall of Shame. Hayden says, I'm laughing so hard when Monica said shirts instead of shorts. It was embarrassing. Shaz, shout out to you, my friend. Borsal Heath, very cool. We don't need bolsoneration. Green got robbed. Ruined my parlay. Dude, he did get robbed. That sucks. Right, we are waiting here just to get back from the commercial break, and hopefully the fighters will be inside the octagon. Mitchell against Fili. This is going to be a very close fight. Should be a very explosive, very fun fight in the featherweight division. So, how can Fili leg kick Bryce when he can't see them? James says, we need one right in the middle wicket. Nice. If Silva's leg holds up, he wins easily. He's much bigger and far better fighter. Is Anderson Silva next? No. It's our co-main event next. Lauren says, Anderson Silva was also a host of Ultimate Beastmaster. Well, Brock should have been a host of Ultimate Beastmaster. BOD Talk says, Days, if you don't get into the WWE Celebrity Wing, it'll be the biggest Hall of Fame robbery ever. True. I don't know why I'm going into the Celebrity Wing, though. That's my only criticism. I should be in the same one as Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold. Silva might retire from UFC, but Bellator is still there. Danny is back from trick-or-treating. Did you get some good stuff, Danny? Let us know. Let us know in the chat. Right, we are about to get back from the commercial break. Here we go. The fighters are inside the octagon, so let's change this over to the other screen. Mitchell versus Andre Fili. Fili has got a 4-inch reach advantage, and more important than that, some sick tattoos. Mitchell has no sick tattoos. He's got a bad haircut, but he does have camo shorts. That is all you need to know. That is all you need to know. The camo shorts are here. I can't see him. Where is he? Let's go Peggy Mitchell. He's got a nice shirt, says Monica King. They're tattoos. Fili should look good in this one, says Derek Brunson. Well, I'll tell you who does look good in this one. Bryce, camo shirt, Mitchell. Usman says, I want some camo shirts as well. Volkanovski says, I'm keen for this one. This co-main event is the best fight on the card. Here we go. Yeah. And he's finally got his camo shorts. I'd love it if he just, boom, gets knocked out now. Hilarious. So we are underway. This is going to be a very good fight between two very good fighters. Mitchell in... They said Mitchell in brown. He's not wearing brown. It's camo. Right, single leg. No, he couldn't complete it, but he does complete it there. Mitchell doing well. He's got Fili down. So Mitchell on top of Fili. One takedown so far for Mitchell. 2 strikes. Strike to the head there. This is not where Fili wants to be. He is not that great down on the ground. Certainly no match for Mitchell down there. Mitchell on top. Fili getting up to his feet, but Mitchell doing a great job of grabbing and just dragging him back down again. So excellent work by Mitchell. On top of Fili. Fili in blue. Mitchell in camo, as we said. As has been well documented. So on top of Fili is doing an excellent job of controlling him here. Doing really good job. Really good work. He's got Fili up against the cage. Looks to trip him and drag him down again. Yeah, really good work this by Mitchell. Very impressive. Lots of control time. Not a great deal to tell you about. He's just on top of him. And we've got 2 minutes 40 odd to go. Fili is okay. But he's got to try and get up to his feet. But Mitchell is so impressive down there. Fili didn't stand a chance, says Chase Brown. Well, Mitchell looking very, very good so far as Fili tries to get up to his feet, but he just gets dragged straight back down again. Mitchell is so good at just controlling this and dragging Fili down. Very impressive work. Very impressive work. So, 2 takedowns is what's been registered. 1 minute 45 to go. This is obviously a Mitchell round. That's the problem that Fili's got, is if he does get taken down, it is so hard to get back up. Mitchell just absolutely dominating. But, yeah, I didn't think that he would be able to get him down as easy as what he did. I mean, I do think he's cheating because he has got those camo shorts. Just saying. Ground control time, 2:55. Still on top. Oh, nice work by Fili, but he's got to be careful of a triangle, but he's managed to get up to his feet. Fili has managed to pop out, get up to his feet. He's really got to make this count now. So, on his feet, he's got to be careful of Mitchell, looking for a takedown. But both guys are up. Oh, and he's gone straight back down. Mitchell is just taking him down with ease. He's taking him down much, much easier than what I thought he was going to be able to. That's got to be so demoralizing for Fili. Because it means that even at the start of the next round, he's going to be easily taken down again. I think that's a big moment in this fight. You know, Fili worked so hard to get back up, and in the blink of an eye was just took straight back down again. 3 takedowns in that. Fili standing, taking some deep breaths. That has got to suck. That has got to really, really suck. Tell you what, I went for the dog. Not feeling great. Not feeling great. 10-8 Mitchell. Don't end him yet, says Austin. Please wait for round 2. I need Fili to survive the first 2 rounds, says Steve. Justin says Anderson Silva's going to go to sleep. Fili is done, says William Hensey. Well, let's see. This is where he turns it around now. Right. So, Mitchell, absolutely dominant in that first. Oh, big left hand by Mitchell. Kick to the body by Mitchell as well. Fili edging forward. Couple of left hand strikes. High kick coming in there by Mitchell. Goes for a takedown. Fili stops it. Fili gets out the way. So he's managed to stuff a takedown. That's good. That's what he needed to do. But he's got to get some joy on the feet here. And he's got to know that there's going to be wave after wave of takedown attempt coming. So Fili managing to stuff a takedown. Some nice exchanges on the feet. Oh, nice. Nice jab there by Fili. Yeah, you've got to have some success here. You've got to put some doubt in Mitchell's mind. I mean, at the moment, Mitchell isn't going to think or worry about charging in and looking for a takedown because he hasn't really had to eat anything significant. But a knee there by Fili. High kick coming in. You can see that Fili's in a bit of a groove right now. Easily the best part of the fight for Fili right now. Nice. His corner are shouting, that's it. They like what they're seeing from Fili. Yeah, this is good. Good work by Fili. He's having to work quite hard, though. He gets driven back against the cage. Mitchell with a wide stance. That's what Fili could need. It needs a wide stance here. Bisping says if Mitchell can get his hands together, he'll take him for a ride, but he breaks apart. Excellent work again. Left-hand jab comes in by Fili. Mitchell backing up a little bit. Fili on the front foot. Lovely exchanges. Oh, this is looking good. 13 significant strikes to 9 for Fili in this round. This is a Fili round. We're only halfway through. Nice left-hand strike. Mitchell. Nice. Stuffing another takedown. Excellent work, this. Excellent work by Fili. Fili is going to come from behind. Ah, there's the takedown. Mitchell finally gets it. Yeah, he finally gets it. One minute 40 odd. Fili really does need to try and get up out of this, because this control time is going to swing it for Mitchell. And that first round could have been a 10-8 anyway, so... Round 2, significant strikes. Fili, 16. Mitchell, 11. Yeah, it'd be good. I wonder if he could try and get like a guillotine or something. Look at Fili's arm. He is absolutely shredded. Mitchell on the side. Fili's still going to get choked. Fili is getting dominated. He's looked good in the first part of this second round. But, don't know, you might say, I could see this. This is a close round. I think the first part you give to Fili, the second part you give to Mitchell. Either way, it's not what Fili needed. This second round could go either way, but that's a lovely, lovely way of getting up to his feet there by Fili. Very impressive. High kick. Mouthpiece is out. Mitchell's mouthpiece comes flying out. And he stuffs that takedown by Fili. I think there's enough here to say this is a Fili round. Yeah, I'm giving that Fili. Fili round. Fili round for me. Good round. So you really saw the class there of Fili. Stuffing quite a few takedowns. Move your head. Be smart. That's what they're saying to Mitchell. 2-0 Mitchell. Mitchell round. Fili for me. I think Fili looked better at the start. Mitchell looking better at the end. But right at the end, Fili getting up. I can tell you that Fili, 21 significant strikes to 14 for round 2. So Fili takes the striking. A bit of control time for Mitchell, but not enough for me to give him that round. But judges, I mean, there will be people that score it, Mitchell. Maybe the judges did. But here we go. Round number 3. This has been a very interesting fight. Standing and swinging. Leg kick coming in by Mitchell. Mitchell hasn't landed a thing on the ground in round 2. 1 round apiece for me, says Jordan Patu. Fili plus 110. Mitchell minus 150 is the current odds. Nick Baldwin says that's a Fili round, but a takedown here by Mitchell. So Mitchell on top of Fili. Fili did so well in that second round. He had to work so hard, and already in the first minute of this one, he's down on his back. So big takedown here. That is putting Mitchell in control of the third. Fili. Yeah, there must be panic stations here. Takedown. 1-1, says Jason. When is Hall Silva? Next, my friend. Next. That fight coming up next. Mitchell driving Fili back and managing again to take him down. So impressive. Mitchell, 36 ground strikes. Fili, 9. Fili on his back with Mitchell on top. Nice, though. Nice reversal by Fili. Mitchell's on his back with Fili on top. 2 minutes 55 to go in round number 3. Oh, big strike coming in there by Fili. Both guys get up to their feet. Oh, lovely right hand there by Mitchell. Drives Fili back, takes him down. So, there we go. Strike setting up a takedown for Mitchell. This is no denying a Mitchell round. So I think he is on course to take this. If you are watching and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you join us because we're less than 100 subs away now from getting to 212,000, which is amazing. So we are less than 100 away. And after this is our main event. Uriah Hall takes on the Spider, the Goat, and any other animal that you want to refer to him as. Anderson Silva. We say goodbye to a legend. We're 1 minute 40 odd from saying goodbye to this co-main event. Fili on his back with Mitchell on top. Getting plenty of control time. Plenty of control time. Fili turning over onto his side. But still got Mitchell on top. Big strikes coming into the side of the head. Less than a minute to go. Fili on his back. And it looks like he's trying to get an armbar. Or a triangle. Or it looks like Fili's trying to get something. Anything. But, I mean, he's in there and he's fighting. And this has got decision written all over it with 40-odd seconds to go. Certainly don't expect Fili to find an armbar win or a triangle or anything. 20-odd seconds left. Mitchell has had, out of 15 minutes, 9 minutes control time. 9 minutes control time for Mitchell. Come on, Mitchell, says Monica King. Fili trying to do what he can, but it's the end of the fight, and Mitchell is going to win that. Ooh, look at his eye. You never saw that. Mitchell was on top of Fili, but he's got blood coming down his eye, Mitchell. His eye looks nasty. His eye looks really, really nasty. Looked like he was wearing a black contact lens. Hall versus Silva. Main event time. Obviously, this can go 5 rounds, but I'm not sure it will. I just hope we get a great fight, to be honest, for our main event. Obviously, we need to get the result on that, but I am expecting Mitchell to be announced as the winner. Anderson Silva. I'm going to write his full name. Deserves it. Uriah Hall versus Anderson Silva. Right, here we go. Fight decision. 29-28, 30-27, 30-27. And it is Bryce Mitchell. There we go. Some nice words being exchanged between Mitchell and Fili and Mitchell, just exchanging some nice words. A lot of respect between the two of them, which is cool. Be interesting to hear from Bryce Mitchell. As we said, 26 years old. He's got his camo shorts. He is He's a very impressive fighter. He now goes 5-0 in the UFC. Yeah. He is a potential champion. He's going to be fighting some big names next, you would think. Monica says 9-1 perfect pick, baby. Well, this is a good week to be getting those perfect picks. Let's go for the main event, says Spicksback. Silva Adesanya 2, says Jordan. I don't know if there was really enough in it to suggest that it would end any different, to be honest. Rudy, shouting out, my friend. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. Otis says, did they swap judges after the Green fight? Because of the injustice of that one. And they got this one right. Maybe they did. When is this next fight going to start? Yeah, feel free to let me know who you've got. It is our main event coming up next. Uriah Hall against Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva, 34 wins, 10 defeats. Anderson Silva with 22 knockouts. They're just showing us longest active win streaks in the featherweight division. Some big names in that division as well. They've cleaned up his eye. He's just got that cut above his right eye. And Silva retiring after this match. Beth, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Is UFC booked or is it real? It is real. Monica has got Hall by decision. Five-fight win streak for Bryce Mitchell. Still got a little bit of blood trickling down his face. Obviously, next week we've got Santos taking on Tajira, and that should be such a great fight. Such a great fight. Obviously, at the end of the month, November 21st, we've got Figueiredo against Perez. Makhachev versus Dos Anjos. Here we go. A UFC... The Ultimate Fighter returns. The Ultimate Fighter's coming back. It had been delayed and like it was meant to be coming back. It's coming back 2021. Ultimate Fighter. Love that show. So here we go. Ultimate Fighter is returning. I don't know who are the coaches. Come in March. Are they going to announce? Exclusively on ESPN Plus.
How about that for a Halloween treat? The Ultimate Fighter returns March of 2021.
Okay.
The two weight classes, men's bantamweight and the middleweight.
Bantamweight and middleweight.
Auditions are going on right now through November 13th. Next year it returns. Dana White has said the Ultimate Fighter is coming back.
Cool.
It's produced fan favorites like Bryce Mitchell. It's produced champions like Michael Bisping. How about that announcement, Michael? Well, first of all, welcome back to the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, love the Ultimate Fighter.
Really grand for former future champions and just some of the best fighters that we have in the UFC. I mean, let's go through the list. Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, he's talking about everyone that's been a part of it. It's very impressive.
Really does go on for a long time. I can't go through them all. And I, for one, am so happy to see the Ultimate Fighter.
I wonder if that'll be shown in the UK. I hope it's on BT.
I'm very happy. Exclusively on ESPN Plus.
It's on ESPN Plus in America.
New episodes airing each week. Again, it starts in March of 2021.
So March.
For the return of an iconic UFC brand. Cannot wait for that.
Very cool.
Wait for this.
Right.
Just minutes away.
I would be dead if it was Conor and Khabib. Yeah. Do you imagine? I was wondering if they were going to announce. What I was waiting for was I was waiting for them to announce whoever the coaches were, and thought if they're going to show an image of Conor right now, the world is going to freak. Or Conor and Khabib, yeah, it would have been awesome, wouldn't it? I don't think Khabib would do it, but well, anyway, get your thoughts in. I mean, what needs to be said about Anderson Silva? Just obviously Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, just an incredible all-rounder, incredible striking ability, just one of the greats of all time. I'd love to say that I think Silva's going to win this. I don't think he is. The bookies have got Uriah Hall at -230, Anderson Silva at +190. There's a definite easy path to victory for Uriah Hall, and that is the low kicks. Anderson Silva has got issues with his legs. He's taken a lot of punishment. I think he's had leg issues. I think he broke his leg as well, and those leg kicks, it's a path to victory for Uriah Hall. It's not sexy. It's might not be the most entertaining, but I could see Uriah Hall just keep firing in those leg kicks, and eventually Anderson Silva's legs will give out. So I've got to say that I think the most likely outcome is going to be Uriah Hall round 3, something like that. And I think those leg kicks will just add up. I don't know if Anderson Silva can find a way of avoiding those leg kicks or what he can offer up. But if there's anyone that can find something, it is definitely Anderson Silva. Last chance for an eye poke or a juicy low blow, says James Chadwick. Spixback says we might not even see the second round. His leg was more than just broken. It was flopping around. It had a second knee, says Caddy. I hope we will not see Anderson get hurt and the fight getting finished early. Well, look, I think the ring walk and all of that, that's going to be the moment, isn't it? But it is going to be a real shame for him to be leaving in the Apex. I feel like it should be in front of the fans. But I suppose the problem is we still don't quite know when that's going to be. Just showing us Top 10 middleweights, Uriah Hall, number 10 in the rankings. So Adesanya is obviously the champion. You got Whittaker at number 1, Paulo Costa at 2, Cannonier at 3. Number 10, you got Uriah Hall. Just outside the rankings, you've got Anderson Silva. And of course, we know that Israel Adesanya is there in attendance. Wants to make one more lasting moment for fight fans. Let me know who you think is going to win this. Do you think there's a way? Does anyone out there think there's a way that Anderson Silva can get the dub here? I mean, there has to be a way. It's not completely impossible, is it? But I think you've got to say it's unlikely. I think you've got to say that it's unlikely. Uriah Hall, he's got 8 wins and 7 defeats. I mean, he's number 10 in the rankings, but he is 36, and there is a way that Silva could beat him. He is beatable. But I think there's too much. I think he'll still have too much for Silva. My prediction for the Ultimate Fighter coaches is going to be Stipe Miocic and Ngannou, because Miocic said his next fight is in March. Heavyweight's not a division that's... I don't know if they'll have them as coaches. If Silva wins, it's Hall that should retire, says Spicksback. Did you say Silva retiring after this fight? Well, I don't know that he's going to retire, but he is done in UFC. He said that he's retiring. But then when they said, you know, will you fight again? He was a little bit shady on it. I think the belief is that this will be the last time he fights in the UFC. And he could go on to do kickboxing or something else. Bare knuckle boxing or something that's not MMA. But yeah, they're just showing us, look at some of these finishes. Incredible. He is one of the GOATs. The Spider. Well, do you think Khabib is going to come back? I think so. That's certainly what Dana is saying. That Khabib was speaking in the heat of the moment. And there is a very good chance that we do see him again. Anderson Silva says, don't close your eyes because something special is going to happen. Well, don't close your eyes indeed, because we are going to say goodbye to a legend. And we've had the video package. The time for talking is very much done. It's time for Prime Time versus Spider. Hall versus Silva. And it is main event time of tonight's show. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. It sounded like... it did sound a bit like that, yeah. Well, here we go. Anderson Silva by decision. Well, Anderson Silva is making this final ring walk as we speak. I have to say, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right with no fans. I mean, like, he didn't seem to take it in. It's not as if he was, like, looking around, or he just kind of very focused, came down. He's taking his jacket off. They're saying that he deserves his own chapter in the MMA history books. He is. He's made his way down. Jamie, shout out to you. I think 100% sure Silva is going to win and go out on top, says Kevin. Terry, shout out to you. Right. Even though he's not been winning, he's still been having some decent performances. Former UFC middleweight champion, and as we said, held that title for over 2,400 days. I mean, it is madness, isn't it? It is absolute madness. Second most knockouts in UFC history. I mean, what you're seeing here is the man. There he goes. For the final time. Into the octagon steps Anderson Spider Silva. Began fighting in 1997. I believe that's when he made his pro debut. 1997. I believe he's been in UFC for 14 years. Bisping says Anderson Silva is a modern day Bruce Lee. Right, well, Anderson Silva is inside the cage. Uriah Hall making his way down. The Bruno Sammartino of UFC. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually a really good comparison. Dace, if you could have Khabib face anyone from any point in time, who would it be? GSP. I think GSP would be the best for him to face. I think the fact that it could happen as well. I mean, when you talk about GOATs, some people say John Jones. Obviously, Khabib's in the conversation. I think GSP is probably the one that most would agree is the GOAT. But Silva had his time. I don't know if people would say he is the GOAT now. People did say that Anderson Silva was the GOAT. So, yeah, GSP for Khabib for me. Silva, decision win, says Kicks Good. Okay, Uriah Hall, 12 wins by knockout. 6th highest striking accuracy amongst active UFC middleweights. 50.7% striking accuracy for Uriah Hall. Uriah Hall says he feels more well-rounded since he trained, changed his training camps and his gym. And he's got an eye now on the championship. Israel Adesanya at ringside to watch this fight between Anderson Silva and the number 10 ranked middleweight in the world, Uriah Hall. This is our main event. Silva, round 5, says Augusto. BOD Talks, shout out to you. William says, if you was a flower, what flower would you be and why? Whatever the sexiest flower is. Daisy. I'd be a daisy. Of course I would. I'd be a wrestling daisy. A flower joke. Just like that. You tell me what other YouTubers got that ability. Boom. Right. Let's change this over. Herb Dean is the ref for this one. Future compilation, shout out to you. Right, Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things, and I didn't even mention about his blazer. It's a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. Not as outrageous. I think he didn't want to take the focus away from the camo shorts. He is the consummate professional, is Bruce Buffer. So I think he very much wanted to stay focused. Fighting! Keep the focus on the camo shorts, but yeah, just a very reserved blazer. Anderson Silva, fighting out of Brazil, coming in at plus 200 underdog. Former UFC middleweight champion Anderson Silva. Fighting! Silva should be retired. 16 wins, 9 losses. Minus 240 favourite. Fights out of Queens, New York. I mean, honestly, if you was doing the top 5 best UFC fighters ever, I think there is a real argument that Anderson Silva goes in that list. A real argument he goes in that list. Right, they touch gloves. Here we go then, my friends. Anderson Silva, the underdog tonight. Can the fairy tale ending come through? Anderson Silva taking on Uriah Hall. And we are underway with our main event. Don't know that this is going to go that long, to be honest. Anderson on the outside. Uriah Hall in the centre. Anderson in yellow, of course. As always, Hall in black. Little bit standoffish here. First 30 seconds to go. This is, of course, the main event, so it can go 5 rounds. Silva. Nothing thrown yet. A lot of respect in there between these two. Almost a minute gone and not a single punch thrown. Changing of stances by Uriah Hall. Both guys in the centre of the octagon. Anderson Silva just backing away a little bit. Hall teases that he's going to go for a leg kick. Couple of quick jabs, but didn't really throw them. Uriah is taking his time. One shot. Nice leg kick. Leg kick by Silva. Somewhat landed. It took a minute and a half. Okay, so both guys firing in leg kicks. Anderson Silva with a leg kick. Hall fires one back. Yeah, leg kick comes in by Hall, changing the levels. Silva fires a leg kick back. 2 minutes gone. Leg kick coming in by Silva. So far, Silva, all leg kicks at the moment. Right now, Anderson Silva is winning this fight. 3 significant strikes to 2. Oh, Uriah Hall lost his footing. Silva blocked a shot. Nice right hand there by Silva. Nice kick. This fight's starting to go now. Starting to heat up a little. Big strikes there by Silva. Driving Uriah Hall back. They are starting to get loose now. Overhand left by Silva. Some nice combos here by Silva. Ooh. Kick to the body. Yeah, Hall is having to weather a bit of a storm. Little bit of a storm. 1 minute 40 odd. Nice leg kick coming in. I gotta tell you, this is a Silva round, man. This is a Silva round. 13 strikes to 6. Hall just can't get into this at the moment. I mean, it must be difficult to stand there and see Anderson Silva staring in front of you. Nice. He went for a spinning attack there, Silva. Silva in the center. We're getting down to the final minute of the first round. 5 rounds is what this can go for. Right now, this is a Silva round. Excellent work by Silva. Very slow start. Didn't race in. Does deserve respect. Absolutely deserves respect. Some big shots coming in by both guys. I can tell you that Uriah Hall has won 10 of his 16 wins by knockout. Anderson Silva, 22 wins by knockout. Both of these guys carry a threat as we enter the final 20 odd seconds. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. We're now about 60 subs away from getting to 212,000. In the center, nice strike to the body there by Silva. That is the end of the first round. 21 significant strikes to 11. That was a Silva round. That was a Silva round. But I don't think there's really much in it other than Hall was still trying to find his way into the fight. Still nice, though. Good that if this is Anderson Silva's last fight, if he does end up losing it, he's took that first round. So he's certainly not going out disgraced. Not that he would anyway, but excellent work by Anderson Silva. Right. 10-9 Silva, says D Gamer. Silva round, says Sandman882. B-Man says Silva at the age of 45 is still kicking ass. It's excellent work from him. 21 significant strikes to 11 for Silva in that. Nice leg kick. He still looks so crisp. Rob Tatum says 10-9 Silva. Once he started pushing the pace and getting his rhythm, he was up and running. Yeah, I completely agree. Everyone saying Silva taking that. Anderson, 10-9 Anderson. Let's see what he can do in round 2. is, I think, up in this round at the moment as well. 50-odd seconds in. John Jones says, okay, Anderson, good round one. Yeah, this is not going to be easy for Uriah Hall. Hall still cannot find a way through. Anderson Silva doing some really, really great work here at the age of 45. 45. Anderson Silva, 45 years old, in there with the number 10 ranked middleweight. And he takes round one. And he's looking very composed and very comfortable in round two as well. So far, it's 3 significant strikes to 2 in round two. Not loads of activity to tell you about. Both guys on their feet in the center. And 4 significant strikes to 2. For Anderson Silva. 6-4 to Silva. Timeout. Timeout. Don't know what it was. Something loose on the glove, is it? Herb Dean just wants the gloves looked at. Okay. Timeout, and we're back underway in round number 2. So, if you are just joining us, Silva taking round 1. Round 2, it is 6 significant strikes each. We just had a timeout because something to do with Uriah Hall's glove. Both of these guys, the movement, the pacing is really starting to increase now. His reflexes still seem quite crisp. For Silva, he's got good footwork, nice movement. It's Hall that looks a bit static in the center. Yeah, he's not forcing the action. It's not a hive of activity. Right now, Hall 8 significant strikes to 7. Hall just 1 significant strike ahead. Silva could really do with a flurry here if he's going to take this round. Still all there for either guy. I mean, honestly, if you used to drop some music on top of this footage, it would look like they were both just in a discotheque. You've got Uriah Hall just doing some stuff in the set. You got Silva on the outside. You could drop some sick Michael Jackson tune on top of this. It would look great. Put a bit of disco music on top. It would make a lot of sense. But 8 significant strikes each at the moment. 1 minute 13. Literally, this round is there for whoever wants it. Unless the judges are going to score it on dance moves. Which would improve MMA. There's no denying that. If you can't split them on fighting. Let's get some disco dancing going. Couple of jabs coming in by Silva. I can tell you that is 10 significant strikes to 9. UFC strictly, that's what we've got. At the end of this round, the judges are actually going to hold up the scorecard. Beat it! Beat it! I've got that in my head now. Couple of strikes coming in. 11-10 to Hall with 15 seconds to go. I don't know who you're going to give this round to, honestly. It's 11-11. There's nothing to separate them. $11 significant strikes each. I don't know who you give that to. If Anderson Silva had done a couple of them, he would have took the round. But he didn't. If he'd have gone, do you know what I mean? just a little bit of that, judges would have gone. But as it was, if we are going to score this on fighting, it was 11 significant strikes each. And I honestly don't know what you do with that. So, either way, he's winning this fight, Silva. He took round 1. They drew round 2. Let's see where we go from here. Again, if you're watching and you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe. Make sure you're joining us. We are sneaking our way. We are getting ever closer to 212,000. Very exciting. Almost at that 250,000. Here we go. Right. Round number 3. We are underway. Couple of quick jabs coming in there by Hall. Yeah, Silva was moving more in that second round. I don't think that's going to matter. It's good movement. Eye poke, maybe. 2019 Silva. 2018 Silva. The second was close, says Ryan Frederick. People are giving it to Silva, but I don't know why. I don't know how you give that second to Silva. Nick Baldwin is giving that second to Hall. They were absolutely level. It was 11 significant strikes each. It's a really cagey main event. It's not a hive of activity. It is literally 2 guys, like, feinting, and it's quite technical in that regards. Lots of feints and not tons being thrown. Richard, this is a 5-round fight. It can go 5 rounds. Chalmers says Ultimate Tap Dance Championship. Strikes to the body by Uriah Hall. Kick to the body by Silva. Kick to the legs by Silva. 3 minutes to go. We're almost actually at the halfway point of the fight. This is round number 3. 4 significant strikes to 3 to Hall in this round. There's really nothing to separate them. You've literally just got 2 guys just like moving and bobbing around with occasionally a shot being thrown. Hall backing up. Again, lots of feinting, lots of bobbing, lots of weaving, lots of moving. They are very close rounds. I can tell you, this one is 4 significant strikes each in round 3. Hall on the outside. Silva backing him up a little bit against the cage. Goes with a kick. Nice spinning attack there by Uriah Hall. Silva tries to throw a spinning back kick of his own. Ooh, nice. Yeah, axe kick there by Silva. Less than 2 minutes to go. We're past the halfway point. Overhand left by Silva. Didn't quite land it. It's 5-5 in this round. Again, nothing to separate them. Nice right hand jab there by Silva. It kind of looks like they're fighting themselves. There's absolutely nothing to separate these two. Couple of strikes coming in. 9-9 now. I tell you what, if they was going to be dancing to a Michael Jackson song, Man in the Mirror might be a good one, because these two are the complete opposite. Like, they are the mirror image of each other. They're not the opposite. They're exactly the same. Some nice strikes, though, by Silva. Up until a couple of seconds ago, that was 10-10. 10 significant strikes each. It's now 16-11 to Silva. Silva just getting a nice flurry, driving Hall back against the cage. Silva getting a bit of control time here. So there is actually something that you can separate them on. Silva stomping on the feet as well. For me, I don't think Uriah Hall has been working and kicking that leg enough. Hall is starting to up his work rate, but he's still behind on significant strikes. It's 17-13, 18-14 now to Silva. Down goes Silva! Down goes Silva! Silva's on his back. Uriah Hall is pounding away. Silva holding onto the leg. Herb Dean steps in, but he does it because it's the end of the round. Oh, no. Uriah Hall takes that round. Wow. He was unloading then on Silva. That is a Hall round. That was close. Yeah, that was real close. If that round was another 10 seconds long, I think Herb Dean would have stopped the fight. He puts him down. Bang. Yeah, lovely right hand. Puts him down, and he just starts flailing away, trying to put him away. But it's right at the end of the round, and Herb Dean steps in. 5 to 10 seconds, it would have been the end of the fight. Right, we're underway with round number 4. Right, here we go. Is this the last Anderson Silva round? Or can he find a way to get back into this? I mean, I feel like the fight's probably quite even. I feel that Silva was ahead, but that knockdown is the most significant moment that we've had so far. But both guys in the center. I can tell you that round number 3 ended 24-20. Significant strikes for Uriah Hall. Round 3 was mostly dominated by Silva. BOD says, I was scared. What about Uriah Faber in GOAT conversations? Yeah, there's some that would have him in there. I think he had his time, but I don't know that he's he is a GOAT for me. Oh! Hall catches Silva! Silva goes down! Hall is pounding away! Oh! Herb Dean's stepped in. It's done. It's done. 4th round stoppage for Uriah Hall. Yeah, I mean, it's the right thing. 4th round stoppage. Hall wins. Against the fighter that he looked up to. Hall beats Silva in round 4. Silva showing his class. Showed, he went 4 rounds with the number 10 ranked fighter in the middleweight division at the age of 45. And not only that, he was winning. Round 1, round 2. Uriah Hall bursting into tears, man. Uriah Hall bursting into tears, really showing respect. Really showing respect to Anderson Silva. Look at this. The two of them embracing. Uriah Hall just an absolute mess. You're still one of the greatest. Uriah Hall says you're still one of the greatest. A beautiful show of respect. And whatever... Do it. Do your best. Anderson Silva's lost, but I don't think he's going to feel like a loser here. It's a beautiful moment. Thank you for doing this for me. It's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. How the UFC can keep delivering these kind of moments, you know? I mean, you had the Khabib thing last week, and look at what you've got here. Uriah Hall just bursting into tears. He's gone over to the corner and is with one of the trainers. Anderson Silva saying to him, thank you for doing this for me. Yeah, it's amazing. Great respect from both fighters. Rajwan, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, you do feel like you're really watching something significant. It feels special, you know? Not the best fight, but does it matter? I mean, no is the answer. It doesn't. Uriah Hall wins round 4, 1 minute 24. The two get onto their knees and they bow to each other. As they say a prayer. It's nice. I'm looking forward to seeing what both guys got to say. I'm looking forward as well. Find out some more about Ontiveros, Charles Ontiveros, stretchered out. Very, very unusual to see that. Someone having to be stretchered out. Most knockouts in middleweight history. Uriah Hall now with 7, tied with Bisping. Anderson Silva, though, still ahead with 8. There we go, the two of them side by side. Walt Harris says, I'm almost in tears watching Uriah and Anderson embrace after this fight. Yeah, I think every fighter would love to jump in there and show their respects to Anderson Silva. UFC is the highest stage for MMA, and he dominated. 2,400 days he was champion for. 2,400 odd days. Main evented more than anyone else in the history of UFC. And in 2020, at the age of 45, he just went and put on a good performance, was winning against the number 10 ranked fighter in the middleweight division. There's no denying it's time for him to go. And, I mean, like, could he beat up-and-comers? Could he become a gatekeeper? Could some UFC debuts go against? Of course they could, but what's the point? Right, Bisping's talking to Uriah Hall. I wonder if they will speak to Silva. You would think that they would. I'd like to see Silva have one more fight, says Alan.
That's up to the legend, what he's done before. Go back 8 years ago, me watching him on the roof, not even training, going, I would love to train with that guy. There was a lot of emotion. I know the job was to get out there and get the W, but to separate those emotions, that was worth itself, and I was just honored to share that moment.
Yeah, he said it was hard to separate his emotions as he was trying to get that dub. He said W, but I changed it and made it cooler for him. 3-fight win streak now for Uriah Hall. 17 wins, 9 defeats. Uriah Hall says he's been following Anderson for his whole career. Uriah Hall says he wants Izzy. I don't think Uriah Hall's getting past Izzy, but... Alan, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, he does have a barcode tattoo, yeah. I'm hoping they're going to speak to Anderson Silva. I don't know if they are. I would think they would. You can hear applause in the background, so it's clear that Silva's left the octagon. So there we go, Uriah Hall. Oh no, Silva's still in the octagon on his knees, taking a little bit of time. I mean, honestly, he can take as long as he wants. I should imagine they'll say to him, just turn the lights off when you're done, yeah? Take as long as you want, mate. He's in the middle of the octagon. No one is telling him he's got to leave. And he does leave. All right, I think they are going to speak to him. Has he got tears in his eyes? I think there is some emotion there. Yeah, there is. Yeah, we are just waiting to hear from him. I think that we will be. Wrestling Days fan says, just a reminder, it's football. That's... Why is he getting a chair? Oh, he's going to have a sit down. Anderson Silva, going to have a seat. Bisping says, you do the talking. Here we go. Anderson Silva says, today he was the best. He said it. He says today is the final day. He says it's hard to stop, but today is the final day. Anderson says, I don't know if it's the last time I'm in a mixed martial art. This is what I do for my entire life. It's hard to say.
I've spoken like a true fighter and a true champion, no doubt. Obviously, a long career. If it is your last, is there one moment that stands out to you?
Yeah, if it is your last, I mean, I think it's his last in UFC. Trying to ask him what's your highlight of your career.
The best moments in my life with every single opponent I fight here.
He had so much passion.
With you, and if we see you, if we don't see you, we all thank you for everything that you have given us inside the octagon. Thank you, Anderson.
No, thank you, my friend. Thank you for everything. God bless you and your family.
Likewise. Thank you, Anderson.
God, he really comes across like a really nice guy, doesn't he?
His entire career. Anderson Silva.
Comes across like a really, really nice guy.
Lies ahead for him.
Well,
Obviously, he would have
we won't get answers tonight as to what lies ahead for Anderson Silva, but what we can say is that he is one of the greatest of all times to do it. And, you know, that fight was what that fight was. Not the most exciting fight in the world, but a real moment all the same. A real moment all the same. And quite a few moments tonight, in all fairness. We had some good knockouts. We saw Mitchell's camo shorts. We got, obviously, that touching moment at the end. Of course, the concern as well earlier on. And obviously, we hope that we do get some news about Ontiveros and, you know, if he's okay. So we'll have to see what Dana's got to say in the post-event press conference and everything. But, hey, look, just another night from the UFC. This is what the UFC just keep delivering up. Just real big, significant moments. And, of course, another moment, the announcement that Ultimate Fighter is returning in 2021. So, lot of fun, man. Lot of fun. Not much more to say. So, I think with that being said, I think I will bid you a good night. It's been, as we said, a really enjoyable evening, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. So thanks a lot to everyone that joined us. Really do appreciate the support. And as I said, if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. We are back every single week for the UFC. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.